They'll start closing about 1 hour from now in New Hampshire. We will have the simply several hours of the best streaming news anywhere as we bring you all of the breaking results from the critical first in the nation primary. Polls, as I say, officially closing in a short time. I will be joined in a little bit by my colleagues John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza. They'll be helping to steer the ship all night long as former President Donald Trump, who has crossed 60% of the vote in some of the more recent New Hampshire polls, looks to repeat his absolute dominant performance in the Iowa caucuses 1 week ago, while his former UN ambassador, Nikki Haley, looks to benefit from a much different electorate than Iowa. In the Granite State, there is a huge chunk of independent or unaffiliated voters who can vote in the Republican primary. You see both of them stumping today for those final votes. We've lined up some outstanding guests to get you the best analysis all night long. Eric Trump, in fact, will be coming up in just a couple moments. It was an electric primary day for Eric's dad as the former president arrived unannounced at a polling place, you see right there in Londonderry, was embraced by a mob of supporters, giving out the red hats. He confidently took questions from the media for several minutes, declaring he feels good, thinks he's going to have a big night, does not really care, he said, that Haley keeps saying she will not drop out tonight, even if she has a dismal finish. Like I said, I will just spoke a short time ago with Eric Trump. You're going to hear that shortly. In the meantime, here's the president a little earlier today.
Say it.
Nikki Haley says she won't drop out of this race no matter what happens.
Well, she may not. I don't care if she drops out or not. Doesn't matter to me. I mean, she said she'd never run. Remember that? So what did that mean?
There you go. The key for Haley tonight as the last Trump alternative standing is to make sure she doesn't get knocked out in this, only the second round. But her path to survival is a bit curious. She basically does not want to lose by as much of a margin as she lost in Iowa, which is not exactly a winning message, as the former president, known as an outsider aiming to drain the swamp, has racked up a lot bigger series of endorsements that she has, including from her home state of South Carolina. So she made a strange argument today that he is the candidate of the elites, even though she's been courting dollars from Wall Street and big money liberal and moderate elites who don't like Mr. Trump. Here's her response. Watch.
So what I will say to Donald Trump is, if you have that political elite, you can have them, because that's never who I wanted to work for. I always wanted to serve the people.
Well, I'm not sure that passed the laugh test when she's been courting a lot of elitists, but we'll see what the voters have to say tonight. The bottom line is she's hoping for a strong turnout from those unaffiliated voters that I mentioned. New Hampshire is famous for those voters turning out. And they could cause mischief tonight by turning out big, try to send a strong stop Trump message by voting for Haley. But the problem is that even if they do show up and get Haley, let's say, a single-digit loss instead of a blowout, it's still a loss. So it's hard to see what the path forward is going to be, but we'll be watching all of this with you all night long. So let's go live to New Hampshire right now, where we find our senior correspondent, John Huddy, will be covering the Trump campaign tonight. John, what are you seeing on the ground? Good evening.
Well, there's, as usual, a ton of media here as we're listening to the playlist and the build-up to the viewing party here in Nashua at the Sheridan, which is where the Trump campaign is going to be based tonight as these results start coming in. Basically, around 7 o'clock at the latest, 8 o'clock, though in Dixville Notch, which is in the very northern, a township in the northern part of New Hampshire, all 6 voters, registered voters there, voted for Nikki Haley. So at this point, when you look at the vote total, she's got 100% of the vote, but that's obviously going to change as we go into the evening. And as you mentioned in the intro, she's looking to pick up, her campaign is really looking to focus on and pick up those unaffiliated, the independent voters in this state, which make up about 35% of the electorate. So they're focused on places like Manchester, they're focused on places like Bedford, where the governor, Chris Sununu, in 2020 picked up 72% of the vote, and he's very popular among independents here. So obviously he's been stumping for her. He's been on the campaign trail. We saw that in Iowa. He hit up all the events with her in Iowa, even though Trump was very well ahead in the polls and remained so leading up to primary day here as well. There's pretty wide margin. Really the question among officials and senior advisors that I've talked to with the Trump campaign is how wide, how big a margin it's going to be when those numbers start coming in. They think it could be anywhere from 18 to 20 points, but again, Ed, it really depends on Haley picking up those independent voters. What we've heard from GOP poll watchers today, also GOP officials on the ground, is that so far, at least as of earlier this morning, there's been a very strong turnout in some of the more moderate areas and some of the bedroom communities, including Bedford. This is an important area, as I just talked about. So they're seeing a pretty good turnout. How that translates, whether it turns into the expected 226,000 voters that are expected to hit the polls today, remains to be seen. But again, the Trump campaign is expecting a victory. The Haley campaign, meanwhile, released a memo earlier today saying that this is just the beginning. They will continue on. They're focused on South Carolina as well. And I can tell you this, talking to Trump senior advisors and officials on the ground here, the Trump campaign is also heavily focused on South Carolina as well. They're investing time. They're investing resources. They got their ground game going there as they're looking past New Hampshire. But at this point, we're waiting for those totals to come in as the polls have been open throughout the day. Ed.
Huddy will be checking in with you all night long. Thank you for that report.
You bet.
And let's welcome in now the Executive Vice President of the Trump Organization and surrogate extraordinaire, they call him now, out on the trail, Eric Trump. Eric, thanks for coming in.
It's great to be with you again, bud.
Your father popped up at a polling place today in Londonderry, and it was like a rock star arrived in the sense that the crowd was erupting. It was unannounced. And he said to reporters, it's a movement like we've never seen before, that this is not just a campaign. How do you think that plays out tonight? Is this Iowa 2.0, where there's another blowout in your estimation?
Ed, we're going to have a great night. I mean, I could feel it, right? You can feel the soul of a place, and it feels awfully good. Everywhere I drove today, there was Trump signs all over the place. And, these aren't just little signs. I mean, these are literally the 3x5 billboard signs. They were everywhere today. And the love and enthusiasm. I went to a bunch of the polling locations as well. And I'm telling you, the enthusiasm out there is awesome. People want their country back. People want the United States of America back. We have single-handedly the most incompetent president in the history of our nation. He's destroying our country from within and frankly, our standing around the world. And they just want confidence back in office. They know my father can do it. They know my father is willing to fight the establishment to do it. They're thankful for all the thousands of arrows that he and, frankly, our entire family has taken. And they know he's the guy to do the job. And I think that's why you're seeing people come out in masses. And this isn't an ordinary political campaign at this point. I mean, politicians don't have this level of excitement. I mean, these are people who truly love my father. They love what he did. They love what he stands for. They love that he never stops fighting. They love that he's really one of them. And they love how much he shouldered for the American people and their voice. And I think they're going to reward him handsomely tonight. I really do.
So you spoke of those arrows. You were dragged through the mud yourself in New York. Letitia James with the business, outlandish claims about valuations that people have laughed off, and yet it continues to go forward in the courtroom because of this judge and other factors. How much do you think the criminal indictments and the impeachments and the civil cases, like the one I mentioned, have actually backfired and maybe propelled the victory in Iowa and is maybe fueling all of this for you?
Yeah, tremendously. I think it was the greatest miscalculation that the Democrats have ever done, right? It's the law of unintended consequences, Ed, and it's the American people hate the establishment in this country universally. And when they see that establishment going against somebody that they truly love and they're thankful for, I think it actually makes them rally even further behind that individual. I mean, I was there every day during 2016. You know that. We were out on the campaign trail together in many cases. I can't tell you how many interviews you and I did in 16 and 20. And I'm seeing a different level of enthusiasm than even then. Right at the beginning when I'm telling you, the excitement is greater, the masses are greater, the amount of people, the events, the love. I mean, everywhere that I've gone, I was in Iowa getting, thousands of people at events that I was doing, and I'm not a candidate. You know me, Ed. Like I don't want to be on the ticket, right? And I mean, I'm just a surrogate for somebody. And then I see the other candidates out there. There were 2 at the time. Now there's only 1, and they're pulling 15 people into a room, right? And so. Sometimes if it looks like a duck and sounds like a duck and acts like a duck, it's probably a duck, right? And I think that's kind of what we're seeing across the place. There's tremendous enthusiasm. There's tremendous love. These people, I mean, in Iowa, it was negative 25 degrees when I got there, and we had record turnout. You know,
Incredible.
that kind of speaks to the level of love and enthusiasm that my father really has.
But when I heard you talk about, pardon me, the enthusiasm increasing, bigger maybe than 16 and 20, so's the heartburn increasing for the establishment, the swamp, the deep state. You know, they're only revving this up more because they're concerned that your father's coming back to power. And he's talked about it at these rallies about rhino Republicans going together with Democrats and funding people like Nikki Haley, and that maybe she'll stay in this race a long time. Put up a Politico headline saying Donald Trump has a big problem ahead. They write there's a whole swath of the Republican electorate and a good chunk of independents who appear firmly committed to not voting for him in November if he becomes the nominee. And I would add to that, and you could certainly react to that looking ahead, but tonight they're trying to get those independents and unaffiliated to the polls to vote for Nikki Haley and try to stop Trump. Are you nervous about that at all? He's talked about it, your father has, that they're aligning these forces and that maybe her vote total, despite your enthusiasm, might be higher because of independents trying to put a monkey in the wrench, if you will.
I did tell you one story, Ed. I was just at a polling location, and there was one person out there holding a Biden sign, and he was right next to a group of hundreds and hundreds of Trump supporters. And I literally said to him, I go, come on, why don't you put that Biden sign down, grab a Trump sign, come over, take a picture with us. He literally dropped the Biden sign and ran into the middle of the crowd, grabbed a Trump sign, and took a picture with everybody. I mean, the one person that they have there, Ed, themselves, isn't even enthusiastic, right? So that tells you all you need to know. I didn't see any Nikki Haley. I saw hundreds of Trump people who literally, you know, had flags mounted on the back of their trucks. I mean, they want this country back. But go back to what you were talking about before. Oftentimes they say, oh, well, you know, the line from the Democrats is, you know, Trump is going to be a dictator if he gets back in. And I find that so ironic. I mean, first they made up a dirty dossier about him. Then they impeached him the first time. They tried to, you know, torpedo his Supreme Court justices, making up nonsense story. Then they tried to, you know, impeach him the second time. He won both of those. You know, then he came out of office, and any time the wind would blow, they would indict him criminally and civilly to try and get out of the race. Well, when that didn't work, they went to Colorado and took him off the ballot. Well, that didn't work, so they go to Maine and they try and take him off the ballot. And here we go. You know, he had the largest turnout in Iowa history. The largest margin of victory in Iowa is 12 points, and he won by 31 points, right? Now you go into New Hampshire, and, you know, by every poll, he's 10, 20, 30 points higher. You know, we go into then Nevada, as I said before. I mean, you don't even have a contest there because Nikki Haley apparently didn't fill out the paperwork correctly, so she's not even on that, so she can't even get delegates out of that state. Then you go to South Carolina, her home state, where we're beating her like, you know, 5-1, 4-1, 5-1. She's not going to win there. Then we get to go to a Super Tuesday, and so it's. I think the people have really they've compartmentalized what's happened to him. They feel, frankly, sorry for what he's had to go through. They view it as a guy fighting for them, the voices that they don't have because they've been censored or they've been ostracized. They've been considered, you know, people who live in the quote-unquote flyover states. Yeah. I mean, they've been demeaned. And I'm telling you, they are going to come out in masses, and they love my father, and they love what he's done, and they just want the United States of America back and strong and number one in everything we do. That's what people want, and I think that's what people are voting for tonight.
All right, Eric Trump, we'll have to leave it there. Looking forward to catching up with you out on the campaign trail. Thanks for coming on in, too, and look forward to more appearances in the days ahead.
Can't wait, Ed. You take care.
All right, you too. All right, they're going to come out in masses, he says. We'll be watching all night long to see all that plays out. Still ahead this hour on The Briefing. Live look at a polling place you can see still open, Londonderry, New Hampshire. Polls closing less than an hour from now. A live look at that center. We'll continue to check in with centers all around the Granite State. And with our correspondents, Mike Carter will join us live from Nikki Haley's headquarters. And Addison Smith is keeping an eye on the Democrats. He'll join us live from Dean Phillips's headquarters. He's trying to embarrass Joe Biden tonight. And guess what? There could be a big problem for Biden. He's not even on the ballot. He's launching a write-in campaign. We'll watch that and talk about it after a quick break.
Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and reignite your metabolism. Improve your health and quality of life. Get the liver cure today.
This is where I plan to retire, but planning for that day is nerve-wracking. Everything is getting expensive. Inflation is the highest we've seen in 40 years. So, how do you protect your money, your retirement, your savings? Well, you know me, I like to call in the experts. That's why I called American Hartford Gold, and you should too. They can show you how to safeguard your hard-earned savings against inflation by helping you diversify your portfolio with physical gold and silver. Now could be the best time to learn more about gold and silver and acquire your safe haven assets. When you're ready, put your trust in American Hartford Gold. They will even help you protect your IRA or 401k with precious metals. So don't wait. Call them now. Call 866-439-1444 or text Newsmax to 998899. Protect your nest egg with gold and silver today.
Why is everyone talking about Navage and nasal irrigation?
I was dealing with some just bad nasal congestion, post-nasal drip.
Navage is simple. Your nose is the body's air filter, but it's not perfect. Navage is a drug-free way to help flush out allergens, mucus, and germs using powered suction. Join nearly 4 million Navage users so you can breathe better, snore less, and feel healthier.
It's 2-3 minutes of my time, and I'm right back to normal. I could breathe.
Navage, clean nose, healthy life.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would, and now you can with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back. We'll get back to New Hampshire shortly, but we also have some breaking news out of the Mideast tonight. According to the Pentagon, the U.S. has conducted ever more airstrikes, this time on 3 facilities in Iraq that have been used by an Iran-backed militia. U.S. Central Command tweeting out earlier, U.S. forces have struck Kataib Hezbollah capabilities in Iraq in response to attacks by the Iranian-backed militia group, including the attack on Al-Assad Air Base in western Iraq on January 20th and on January 24th at 12:15 a.m. U.S. CENTCOM forces conducted unilateral airstrikes against 3 facilities used by this Iranian-backed militia group and other Iran-affiliated groups in Iraq. These strikes targeted KH headquarters, storage, and training locations for rocket, missile, and one-way attack UAV capabilities. But remember, the big picture here is that even President Biden last week acknowledged to reporters that the early airstrikes, there's now been several rounds of them, have had no impact on a lot of these Iran-backed militias like the Houthi rebels. So even on New Hampshire primary night, more U.S. airstrikes. We'll stay on top of that. We'll also get in now to some other breaking news out of the Mideast. We woke up to the fact that Palestinian militants carried out the deadliest single attack on Israel's military forces since the Hamas terror attack on October 7th that triggered the entire war. Now, today's horrific attack killed 21 Israeli soldiers. Our Jerusalem correspondent Daniel Cohn is in Tel Aviv with the latest. Daniel?
A day of mourning for 21 Israeli soldiers killed in action when 2 two-story buildings collapsed in Khan Yunis. The IDF says terrorists fired an RPG at a tank protecting an Israeli demolition team that planted explosives, and a secondary explosion leveled the buildings. A funeral was held this morning in Jerusalem for Lieutenant Hadar Kapluk. The grieving family still in shock as they laid his body to rest. The combat casualties represent the deadliest attack on Israeli troops since Israel's ground offensive started October 27th. Here's the grieving brother of the deceased. My brother, I love you. You are my world. I will take care of Mom, Dad, and the sisters. I will be strong for you, and we will meet in the future. My brother, I love you with all my heart. Israel's war cabinet, Prime Minister Netanyahu, the president of Israel, and the defense minister expressed deep condolences to families of all the fallen. The deadly incident happened 2,000 feet from the Israeli border near Kibbutz Kisufim, as Israeli forces were clearing Hamas infrastructure to establish a buffer zone. Together with the citizens of Israel, I grieve for each and every one of them. I hug the families whose world has changed forever. We bow our heads to the memory of our fallen, and yet we do not for a moment stop striving for an irreplaceable goal. Together we will fight, and together we will win. A total of 219 Israeli soldiers have died in combat. In regards to any talk of a permanent ceasefire that leaves Hamas in charge of Gaza, Netanyahu told President Biden in a phone call over the weekend, leaving, in his words, monsters, murderers, and rapists to rule would mean the Israeli soldiers who died in vain. Ed, back to you.
Daniel, thank you. What a story. Meantime, on the other side of the break, we'll be going live back to New Hampshire, specifically the Trump headquarters. We'll be joined by their new 2024 National Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt. Look at that quad box. We're covering you everywhere. We'll also check in with Mike Carter. He's at Nikki Haley's headquarters. Addison Smith is with Dean Phillips in his headquarters. You can see a polling place as well right there on the top right. Voters are still going to the polls in New Hampshire. Reporters are still covering it, as you can see. It's going to be an interesting night. We'll be here for every minute of it. Polls in some parts of the state closing at the top of the next hour. The rest of the state, it will be 8 p.m. Eastern. We're here for all of it. Don't go anywhere. Quick break. We'll be back.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S. and there is no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-300-5350. That's 1-800-300-5350.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Hi folks, Joe Namath here. Did you know that I wear hearing aids? I had trouble with my hearing years ago. I did something about it. I love my hearing aids, and I am here to help you get a deal on the same brand I wear. I was wearing those expensive hearing aids for years, and I didn't know any better until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I thought the price was too good to be true, but I bought a pair anyway. No doctor visit, no prescription, no hassle. It was easy. When they showed up, I called and spoke to Sandy, one of their audiologists, to make sure the hearing aids fit and work the way I need it. And they do that for everyone, not just me.
Once the MD hearing aids are in, you kind of said, I just should have done this before.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping. The rechargeable Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-ear canal design. And you can get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime U.S.-based support for only $297.
Call 800-587-1443.
I started hearing things I haven't heard in a long time, like the water trickling in the other room. I didn't realize how bad my hearing was until I got the hearing aids.
I've never had a better pair of hearing aids. I wear them all the time, and I'm even wearing them now. If you have hearing problems or even think you might have hearing problems, don't waste your money or time on other hearing aids. Call my friends at MD Hearing and get my favorite over-the-counter hearing aids for you.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping.
Call 800-587-1443. 800-587-1443.
You served your country. Now get the benefits you've earned. Paul R. Lawrence, the former Undersecretary of Benefits for the VA, reveals the secrets of getting what you deserve. Be approved for disability. Use valuable education credits. Buy a new home. Find a job. Even discover little-known benefits. It's all in the new Veterans Benefits for You at bookstores everywhere. Or see the free offer. Act today.
Welcome back to the briefing. All eyes, of course, tonight on New Hampshire. Turnout appears to have been strong throughout the day, throughout the state. At this hour, voters still casting last-minute ballots right now for the first-in-the-nation primary. Our national correspondent, Mike Carter, interviewed the former president a couple days ago. Got a great interview there, and he joins us live now. He's over at Nikki Haley's headquarters tonight in Concord, New Hampshire. Mike, what are you seeing there? How are they playing the expectations game? We just spoke to Eric Trump, and he was predicting a very big night for his father. It seems like the Haley camp has been a bit more cautious about how she might do. What are they saying?
Yeah, cautious but confident is Nikki Haley's campaign coming into primary day, Ed. We are expecting record turnout here in New Hampshire, more than 300,000 voters heading to the polls today, so that could look good for either camp, depending on which way you're leaning, right? Well, we did catch up with the former president earlier this afternoon, but this morning Newsmax caught up with Nikki Haley as she headed to the polls in Bedford, talking to voters, trying to make her final pitch. Most polls show her down anywhere from 20 to 25 points coming into primary day, so it's going to take a healthy margin of those independent voters and perhaps those Republicans who are more moderate coming over to her side for her to pull off this upset. We spoke to a few of those voters in line and tried to suss out the difference between a Trump voter and a Haley voter. Who are you planning on voting for?
Well, I'm voting for Donald Trump just to show that the Republican Party is cohesive. Not my first choice, but my only choice today.
Who you plan on voting for?
I think Nikki Haley.
Why Nikki?
Because she's not Trump.
It's just that simple.
That simple.
You feeling good? The polls don't look so good for her today, but...
That doesn't matter. It's my vote. I'm losing my spot in line.
All right, Nikki Haley says this is not a coronation, this is an election, and in elections we go state by state. She is determined not to bow out of this race no matter what happens in here in New Hampshire tonight. We caught up with the former president in Londonderry at Londonderry High School, where hundreds of Trump supporters were gathering for Donald Trump's appearance this afternoon. I asked the former president, you know, Nikki Haley says she's not dropping out of this race. Is it time to unite the party, and should she? Nikki Haley says she won't drop out of this race no matter what happens.
Well, she may not. I don't care if she drops out or not. Doesn't matter to me. I mean, she said she'd never run. Remember that? So what did that mean? She said, I will never run because he was a great president. I will never run. Then she started running. So what she said doesn't matter, right? Because it doesn't, oftentimes she'll say things that she doesn't mean.
All right, so Nikki Haley's camp sent out a memo saying 11 of the 16 Super Tuesday states, Ed, have open or semi-open primaries. Of the 874 delegates on Super Tuesday, roughly two-thirds of those states have open or semi-open primaries. New Hampshire is semi-closed, meaning coming into primary day, you have to either be a registered Democrat, Independent, or Republican. Now, there is a little bit of confusion that some of those people who thought they were independents when they went to the polls today. I talked to a few Nikki Haley supporters who believed they were independents coming into the polls, only to find out they were actually registered as Democrats since they had voted Democrat in the previous election. So they were given Democrat ballots and told to write in the name of Nikki Haley on a Democrat ballot. They said those votes would be counted with the other write-in votes. Keep in mind, Joe Biden's name will be a write-in vote here in the New Hampshire primary. So will there be some confusion there? Could Nikki Haley lose some votes from people who maybe otherwise would have voted for her but forgot they had voted Democrat, thinking they could vote for her this time around? They still could according to the pollsters, but would those people maybe just write in Joe Biden's name or write in Dean Phillips' name? So there is some confusion as we head into primary evening. Polls close at 7 in most of the state. Other polls, all the polls will be closed by 8 o'clock. Ed?
All right, we're expecting to get some results very soon. Mike, we'll be checking in with you throughout the night. Thank you for your great reporting as always. Let's shift to the Democratic side, which Mike teed up, where President Joe Biden is not even on the ballot because of a colossal failure by the Democrats that were basically trying to maneuver the process to their benefit, push New Hampshire to the side. It resulted in him not being on the ballot. Now they have to launch a bizarre write-in campaign. He could end up getting embarrassed tonight. Our national correspondent, Addison Smith, has been all over this. He is again at the Dean Phillips campaign. He is the congressman who's an upstart challenger. Didn't appear to have much of a chance. But Addison, they've screwed this thing up so much that maybe all of a sudden he'll have a big showing tonight. What are you hearing, my friend?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Mike, just like Carter was saying, independent voters could be very beneficial to Nikki Haley. And by the way, MSNBC exit poll just came out, 47% Republican, 8% Democrat, 45% independent. So that's a massive number. I mean, just 2% behind Republicans. They're bigger voting bloc in New Hampshire than Republicans or Democrats when you officially. But this could really be beneficial to Democratic presidential candidate Dean Phillips, like you said, from Minnesota. And I've talked to a lot of his supporters, and I found most of them are independents, especially among young people. They're very drawn to him as a Democrat. They think he's a good alternative to President Joe Biden, and that's what this is about for Dean Phillips. You hear him talk. He is very aggressive on Donald Trump. Joe Biden, not so much. His argument is just, hey, I'm younger, I'm more up to the task than Joe Biden. So he's really stayed off of going after heavily the former president. Now, I talked to voters earlier today in Bedford, New Hampshire, some of them who are writing in their vote for Joe Biden, and got some interesting responses. Listen to what some of these people had to say as to why they're writing in Joe Biden.
I'm writing in for Biden because he's not on the ticket.
I would have liked to have re-registered as an independent so that I could vote for Nikki Haley. Otherwise, I am a Democrat, so I am going to write in Joe Biden, basically just to take a vote away from Trump.
We forgot to change our party to independent in the fall. We didn't get around to it. Otherwise, I would be voting Nikki Haley to vote against Trump.
Why Nikki Haley?
A defensive move, to be honest, to be able to take votes away from Trump.
So a lot of people voting for Nikki Haley aren't doing it necessarily because of Nikki Haley. They're doing it to vote against Donald Trump. And ironically enough, the independents who are voting for Dean Phillips, that could actually help Trump because it could take some votes away from Haley. So again, Ed, the polls close in about half an hour, so we'll really start to see how much these independents showed up and showed out. But again, 47% Republican, 8% Democrat, 45% independent. That's the exit poll from MSNBC, Ed.
Addison, thank you for your reporting. We'll check in with you throughout the night as well. Let's break all that down with our friend Caroline Levitt, who has a brand new job title. It's very fancy since we last saw her. She is now the Trump 2024 National Press Secretary. First of all, welcome and congratulations.
Thank you so much, Ed. That's very kind. I appreciate it. Crazy first week on the job for sure here in my home state of New Hampshire, but we are very excited about tonight and looking forward to another big victory for President Trump.
Kid, make sure that we carry this, and I say kid with respect because you're a rising star in the Democrat Party. Don't screw this up. Will there be a big Trump win tonight? What are you expecting?
Yes, absolutely. We are expecting a big win from the president tonight. I'll tell you, the Team Trump ground team is the absolute best in the business, in the state by far. We've had thousands of active volunteers, tried and true Granite Staters who love this state, love this country, love President Trump, believe in his vision for the next 4 years, all the way from the seacoast up into the North Country, knocking on doors, making phone calls, working hard to get out the vote today. And you compare that to Nikki Haley's campaign, where her volunteers are all paid Democrat operatives funded by Democrat donors. So the enthusiasm, the momentum, the groundwork is on our side, and we're very confident in it.
And what about, when Addison, pardon me, is interviewing these people who are like, I'm voting for Haley. Why? I want to stick it to Trump. Okay, fine. You want to express, free country. But they're not exactly saying they love Nikki Haley. I'm not seeing some big groundswell for her. And people from her home state are actually endorsing Donald Trump.
Yes, that's exactly right. I'll tell you, here in New Hampshire, Nikki Haley has to make this from a Republican primary into an unaffiliated primary because she does not have a great support amongst Republican primary voters, largely because her policies are more in line with liberals than she is a conservative. Nikki Haley is supportive of amnesty for illegal immigrants. She's opposed to President Trump's border wall in 2015. She also supports a 23% federal national sales tax, which is devastating to the people here in New Hampshire if that were to be implemented, considering we don't have a state sales tax at all. And so people view Nikki Haley as a liberal. At the end of the day, this is a Republican primary, not a Democrat one. Nikki Haley should have been running in the Dem primary against Joe Biden. She probably would have better luck on that side of the aisle.
No doubt. So let's break down what Addison was reporting about what some of the exit polls floating around, are saying. That roughly the electorate tonight is registered Republicans make up about 49%, and registered undeclared make up about 47%. So some people in the mainstream media will assume that means that there's a lot of Republicans, likely Trump voters, he's been winning in the polls, but then a lot of independents that they might wrongly assume are all going Nikki Haley. Having covered this a few times, I remember Donald Trump doing quite well with independents in New Hampshire in 2016 and 2020, because some of those unaffiliated independents like the America First idea. They like draining the swamp. What's your sense about what this means, that there's almost as many independents who showed up today as Republicans? Is that bad for Trump, or we don't know?
Again, exit polls are exit polls. I won't speculate on the results, but Donald Trump is doing quite well with independents here in New Hampshire as well. And like I said, he's been absolutely dominant amongst registered Republican voters. So it would take a miracle for Nikki Haley to make up as much ground as she possibly needs to even get close to President Trump. Voters here trust him to lead on the issues that matter to them and their families. That is securing our southern border. That is rebuilding our American economy, reinvesting in our domestic energy industry, and of course restoring peace around this world. Those are three things he's delivered on before. Those are top of mind priorities for Republicans and independents here in New Hampshire. He has a record that people can trust, and that's been our message leading into today.
Caroline Levitt, good luck with the new job. We appreciate you coming on N2.
Thanks, Ed. Appreciate you.
All right. Good luck tonight. In the meantime, President Trump obviously won big in Iowa. We're going to find out in the next couple of hours how he did or is doing in New Hampshire. And now he is obviously the likely nominee, at least for the Republicans, but he has a big decision to make. Picking a vice presidential running mate. A number of names are being mentioned. You see some of them: Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, Ben Carson, J.D. Vance, several others. Now Newsmax is conducting a national poll asking who you think Mr. Trump should pick. It takes just a second to vote, and we'll share the results on Newsmax and with President Trump himself. So vote now and let your voice be heard. You can text it in, and we'll send you a link to vote right away. So we want to hear what the people actually think. In the meantime, still ahead, is the Zuckerbucks group still trying to influence elections? Remember how Facebook was trying to muddle things in 2020? Well, Logan Raddick, our correspondent, on the story. They may be using federal tax dollars to get involved in the elections again. Big deal. Plus, John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza join me on set to tee up New Hampshire. They'll be here with me all night long. The team is getting ready. They're on deck. It's going to be a big night. Don't go anywhere.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new, clinically proven Legzercise Pro.
the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
After using Lasercise for a week, I felt like I wanted to go for a walk again without pain like I used to.
Lasercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
It's helped with the swelling and the pain. The tingling feeling is gone.
Call right now and order your very own Lasercise Pro, the clinically proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call now.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with the continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
The horrible events of September 11th continue to leave their mark on our nation, especially the brave who stepped forward to keep the rest of us safe at home.
We went over there because we didn't want that to happen again.
After September 11th, it was all about what can I do to protect my country. The role we played in finding Osama bin Laden, it was gratifying.
Many who have come back home to this land they protected now need healing and recovery. They need your help, and they need Wounded Warrior Project.
An improvised explosive device just went off. 3 of us out of the 5 got seriously hurt.
With a gift of just $19 a month, you will provide free programs and services that can change a person's life forever.
I am grounded in profound gratitude. We pledged to serve our country, and now you're pledging to have our backs.
Please remember those whose brave service ensured we would never experience another day like 9/11. Call or go online with your gift of $19 a month, and we will send you this Wounded Warrior Project blanket as a reminder of the difference your gifts are making.
After my injury, I was in those dark days for a long time, but Wounded Warrior Project helped me to be able to move forward. You're still a man, you still be able to provide for your family.
Wounded Warrior Project, to me, means you're not going to be forgotten. I think we all should help those who have stepped forward so that we can live our lives free.
I'm going to need help for the rest of my life. Please continue to donate. It lets me know that my sacrifice wasn't in vain.
Please call or go online right now.
Welcome back to The Briefing. A nonprofit that moved hundreds of millions of Mark Zuckerberg's dollars into key political races in 2020 is back. They're now planning on helping to funnel millions of tax dollars through federal grants. For more on this story, let's go live to our national correspondent, Logan Raddick on Capitol Hill. Logan?
Now, if you recall, the center is known for its controversial $332 million COVID-19 response grant program aimed at gaining influence over election offices in areas of importance to Democrats. As first reported by the Federalist, CTCL emailed election workers telling them it would begin to facilitate applications for a federal government program administered by FEMA. FEMA says the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program, quote, supports states, local communities, tribes, and territories as they undertake hazard mitigation projects, reducing the risks they face from disasters and natural hazards, unquote. CTCL told election offices, quote, the BRIC program is investing $1 billion in public infrastructure across the country, including $701 million in competitive grants to ensure that local jurisdictions can increase resilience of critical services from natural hazards. As a core element of government function, elections are a critical service and eligible for this government funding, unquote. And as far as we've seen, all previous BRIC grants received funding for natural disaster-related causes. We reached out to CTCL for comment about their intentions on getting these election offices to apply for the grant, but we have not heard back yet. Ed.
All right. Interesting story. I'm joined now by John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza, my colleagues who will be here all night long. Welcome back, first of all. Good to see you.
Great to be back.
Had a great time around Iowa. John, the idea, the Zuckerbucks were much maligned.
Yes.
Because he's got a liberal agenda. Facebook, Meta, and was involved in elections, got slapped back, I'm not going to get involved. But now they're using nonprofits?
Yeah, it's really shady, to say the least. And, you know, the fact that I think many of us have already started to see some of these register to vote prompts on our Instagram, also suspect, to say the least. Based on what we learned from the last few election cycles, we know that Meta, Zuckerberg, they seem to have a political tilt. The other thing about this, too, is that Republicans have got to be ready to counter it in some way, shape, or form. We know Democrats are going to do this. They're going to be more muscular, more aggressive about it this time. And if Republicans don't have an answer to this, they could get duped again.
What do you think? Because we heard last time, oh, we're going to figure it out next time. And here's 2024.
They're going to figure it out, aren't they? Yeah, well, wheels of justice move slowly. Well, you know, the State Department giving grants to dark money places as well, like, you know, we've seen with Media Matters, and it goes round and round. These are serious problems that, again, it goes back to, I think, you know, democracy is being destroyed, and the left loves to say democracy is on the ballot, but they're the ones sort of involved in a lot of this dark money, and people are waking up to it. And I think since, you know, the Twitter files and so much online, whether it be Meta or Twitter, I think everyone has a critical eye when they look at ads that are coming that way, and at least it's a little bit of buyer beware, I guess.
Absolutely. John, you've been around long enough to know that exit polls do not elect a president. Otherwise, John Kerry, for example, you'll remember those came in. Oh, he's going to be president. Not really. But the early exit polls, pardon me, suggest, when asked, this is a CNN exit poll, are you part of the MAGA movement? The New Hampshire voters that turned out today, only 32% yes, I'm part of the MAGA movement, 64% no. Now, the mainstream media is immediately taking this and saying, Haley can win, Haley can win. Yes. We've got to see. Let everybody vote, and we're going to count the votes. But what's your early take on this is a much different electorate than we saw in Iowa?
Sure. Well, I think that's the key. This is New Hampshire. It is a much different electorate, a lot of independents in this state. You know, the other thing, too, is what does the MAGA movement mean to most people? Does that mean you closely associate yourself with Donald Trump? Unless you are super attuned into cable news and that type of world, you may not even know what the MAGA movement is all about. I know Donald Trump supporters do. But again, how many people in this type of environment are going to come out of the poll and be willing to self-identify as MAGA? You know, I think it would differ in a state like Iowa than a state like New Hampshire. But these exit polls, you know, they're always kind of fun, like parlor games to see. I think, you know, the other one you mentioned before about who believes that Joe Biden is a legitimately elected president.
Yeah, we talked about it off the air.
That was about 50-50. I think that one might be a little bit more telling because it's not so much coded in the colloquial term of something like MAGA.
I think it's a leading question. I think it's deliberately meant to skew and to hurt Donald Trump. I grew up in Boston, and so I know the New England folk up there. Yes, New Hampshire, they're definitely not going to be as the Iowa voter. So I think the question is a little bit leading, a little bit deceiving. But the bottom line in there, it's a border state. The economy matters to folks in New Hampshire. And if they're not saying they're MAGA, you know what they are saying? The country is not where it was 3 years ago under Donald Trump. So I don't know if they want to. And also, they're so independent as you look back to all the history in New Hampshire. They like the wild cards. They do, you know, they have that independent spirit. So even if they say we're not MAGA, that may just mean because they don't want to identify. They want to be independent, live free or die there.
They could send a message to Donald Trump with a closer margin of victory, perhaps, or they could send a message to Joe Biden, which we'll get into after the break, because he's in a write-in campaign and might really get embarrassed tonight. John and Bianca will be here. We'll take a quick break. We're going to preview our live coverage. The special begins at the top of the hour, but you get a little early preview from the team right here. Don't go anywhere. Live look right now. They're still voting. Some of the polls will start closing in about 13 minutes. Rest of the state, all of it will be closed 8 p.m. Eastern. Don't go anywhere.
Attention, Marines and family members who served, lived, or worked at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, August 1953 through December 1987. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with cancer, Parkinson's disease, or any of these serious health issues, you may now qualify for significant financial compensation. Call Liberty Legal now to determine your eligibility. For over 30 years, leaking defective chemical storage tanks contaminated the drinking water with benzene and other highly toxic chemicals. Victims who drank or were exposed to the contaminated water have been diagnosed with multiple cancers, Parkinson's disease, birth defects from in utero exposure, and other serious health issues. A new law gives Marines and family members the opportunity to receive justice and financial compensation for their illnesses caused by toxic water exposure at Camp Lejeune. But you need to call now to see if you qualify. It costs you nothing if you don't win.
Call 800-479-4358. 800-479-4358.
It's about the truth. It's about a fair playing field and fair opportunities.
I know that I'm not the only girl who has missed out on opportunities. There are countless other girls.
It's about biological reality and common sense, and ultimately, it's about the rights of women being trampled.
It's not just that girls are able to compete in athletics, it's that girls are able to go to college. If I didn't have the scholarship I had, I wouldn't be going to the school I'm going to.
Rewriting our laws to ignore the truth of what it means to be male and female has consequences beyond a single issue. Female athletes, parents, healthcare providers are under threat by institutions enforcing this radical gender ideology.
When biological differences between men and women are ignored, it is women who suffer the most. Alliance Defending Freedom is leading the fight to protect women's sports, but to continue, we need the help of friends like you. For just $19 a month, you can join ADF's Frontline for Freedom. As a Frontline for Freedom partner, your $19 monthly gift will help Alliance Defending Freedom continue to protect the rights and opportunities of women and girls.
It's highly upsetting to realize that no matter how hard we train and how hard we try, we will never be competitive with someone who's biologically a man.
Your $19 monthly gift helps us boldly advance freedom in our generation and for generations to come. Build our legal team and expand our services. Defend more faithful Americans in courtrooms. Litigate more cases all the way to the Supreme Court. And ensure that no client ever pays a dime for us to defend them.
There's a growing movement to defend the reality that men and women are different, and women deserve fair and safe competition. ADF has been leading the charge in court, and the vast majority of the American people are with us.
It's time to restore fairness to women's sports, but we can't do it without the help of partners like you. Call now or go online to standwithadf.org and help defend freedom today.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
Welcome back. This is what you would call squad goals. So you get the whole team together. Bianca de la Garza along with Ed Henry and John Bachman. John, we're going to talk a lot about Donald Trump and Nikki Haley, and rightly so.
Really?
No. Probably. No, but we should probably talk a little bit about Joe Biden because they tried to maneuver so much that they screwed this up. He's not even on the ballot. They have to do a write-in campaign. And, you know, if Dean Phillips, this upstart, actually does better than expected, it might be an embarrassing night.
It might be an embarrassing night, and I think they're very sensitive to that fact because you look at what the Biden team is doing today, all four, the First Lady, the Vice President, the Second Gentleman, they took one of these big campaign trips, 45 minutes outside of Washington, D.C. to Virginia, a state that Democrats would tell you that is not in play, but obviously they're concerned about it. But what they're trying to present here is almost like the, you know, Inauguration Day where those 4 people are together and they're hitting on their key issue. One of the key issues you're going to hear a lot from Democrats between now and Election Day, and that's abortion. They went to Virginia to talk about abortion, quote-unquote, rights today, and this is, I think, Joe Biden, or one of the Biden campaign's attempts to look like they're doing something more significant, perhaps, than what's going on in New Hampshire, because anything less or around 60% for Joe Biden on the write-in tonight will be embarrassing.
It will.
And a feather in the cap of Dean Phillips.
Quick thought on abortion, because that's what they want to go to. It's what they went to in 2022, and it's back. The very first campaign rally, which I noted was inside for Biden. It's not like some big outdoor Trump rally with thousands and thousands of people. It was a little indoor place. and they want to
can
talk
look
abortion.
more full if they do that, right? They can do the camera angles. Yeah, of course. I mean, even when Tim Scott, we were on the other night, and he was endorsing Donald Trump, they said, well, he's hell-bent on, being with a MAGA extremist who wants to restrict women's rights. But I think the pro-life movement is so strong in America today and only getting stronger, and people are seeing this issue and they're seeing how radical the abortion movement is, that they want to have late-term abortions. One voter in New Hampshire that Addison spoke to said, I was thinking of Haley. I voted for Trump today because he's the only pro-life candidate.
There you
and
go.
That's from the ground on the trail today.
There also someone Addison spoke to said, a gentleman said, I'm going Haley. Why? I don't really care about Haley. I just want to stick it to Trump.
Yeah.
That's not such a great platform for Haley.
No, but it's a platform she's happy to ride for this, and as long as she can stay in the race. And just going back to what Bianca was saying, I think one of the differences between 2022 and 2024 is that Donald Trump has kind of staked out a message on this late-term abortion issue. And instead of Republicans looking like the radicals on the issue, he is apt and I think leading the way for other Republicans to make Democrats look like the issue, that they are willing to support abortion up to and almost moments after birth, and that makes them look more radical on this issue.
The former Virginia governor in the state they were in today, a Democrat, said that the baby can be born as long as you provide comfort. You can kill it. And so Donald Trump, John's right, in the Fox town hall recently, said, look, it's the Democrats who are extremists, and Republicans need to be bold about that.
Yes, of course. We'll be talking about abortion, but just the whole thing about this being a write-in today for Joe Biden. If there's any signs here, the super PAC on the ground greeting voters today, spending $1.5 million saying write his name in. But even Senator Maggie Hassan of New Hampshire out stumping, saying write-in campaigns are notoriously difficult.
They are. And there was someone else with a write-in campaign saying write-in ceasefire. Someone on the left. Well, imagine if ceasefire beats Joe Biden.
Wow.
That would be interesting.
They are going to count the votes, though.
I guarantee we'll lead with that one. Yeah.
But he is getting pressure from the ceasefire crowd, and you're starting to see that wear on him a little bit in this too.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Brand new hour coming up. Our special begins. Don't go anywhere. A lot to uncover. Polls start to close in just 5 minutes.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
For fast, natural relief, experience Navage.
I am not as congested and nasally sounding, and I am sleeping 100% better. Navage gave me instant relief.
Navage flushes saline through the nasal passages to help clear congestion by quickly sucking out mucus, allergens, and germs.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage, immediately. There's no other product out there like it.
Available at major retailers or online at Navage.com.
This important message is for Marines and family members who spent 30 days on base at Camp Lejeune prior to 1988.
As a U.S. military veteran, I'm here to inform you that if you or someone you love has been diagnosed with cancer, Parkinson's, or other serious health issues after spending time at Camp Lejeune, you may qualify for financial compensation. Call now to determine your eligibility.
I called to see if I qualify. They helped me a lot.
Leaking chemical storage tanks at Camp Lejeune contaminated the drinking water with highly toxic chemicals. Marines and their family members have been diagnosed with multiple cancers and other serious health issues. But there is now a new law that gives victims the opportunity to receive financial compensation for their illnesses without going to court.
I finally got some answers. I'm glad I called.
You need to call now to see if you qualify. It costs you nothing if you don't win.
Call 800-755-0189. 800-755-0189.
We all know that words have power. They set things in motion.
And make us happy or sad.
But there's one word that stands out because when people say it, lives are changed. It's not a big word.
It's itsy bitsy.
It's only 3 little letters. But when you say it,
the life of a kid like me can be changed.
So, what is this special word?
It may surprise you.
It's yes.
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 Yes to becoming a monthly supporter of Shriners Hospitals for Children.
That's right. Your monthly support allows the doctors and nurses at Shriners Hospitals for Children to give the most amazing care anywhere and change the lives of kids like me.
And me.
And me. because people like you have said yes. Now I can play football.
And I can play catch.
And I can walk.
So what do you say? Will you say yes right now?
It's so easy.
All you have to do is pick up the phone or go to loveshriners.org right now and say yes. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day. My life is filled with possibility because of the monthly support of people just like you who called the number on your screen and said yes.
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 Your yes is making a difference in my life and the lives of so many other kids like me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or go to loveshriners.org to say yes right away.
Good evening, Patriots. Welcome to N2 and our special Vote for America coverage. We have live coverage of the New Hampshire primary, several hours of the best streaming news anywhere as we bring you all of the breaking results from the critical First of the Nation primary. Polls officially closed in a big chunk of the state just now at the top of the hour. The rest of the polls close top of 8 p.m. Eastern, so results will be streaming in moments from now. Former President Donald Trump, who has crossed 60% of the vote in the most recent New Hampshire polls, looks to repeat his absolute dominant performance in the Iowa caucuses, while his former UN ambassador Nikki Haley looks to benefit from a much different electorate tonight, which will be more moderate and more independent. We'll see how that works. Joined by my colleagues John Bachman, Bianca de la Garza. It was a lot of fun to be with you in the Iowa caucuses 1 weekend and a night ago. Donald Trump was dominant. Bianca, you first this hour. We'll talk about the stakes for Donald Trump, because I spoke to Eric Trump a couple hours ago.
Yes.
And he wasn't keeping expectations down like people tend to do. He said, we are going to have a big night.
Yes, and we saw him pop over to Londonderry, huge crowds, feeding off the energy, I think, last night from Laconia. I'm just excited because Dixville Notch and their 6 votes sweep for Nikki Haley has been hanging out there all day, folks. So in a short time, we will actually see how the voters in New Hampshire did it. There's been obviously a lot of talk about the independents and some folks voting for Haley, not because they support her, but because they want to stick it to Donald Trump. I think that's very telling about how she performs tonight. Furthermore, how she goes moving forward. She may take that for tonight
if it's a stick it to Trump vote, but long term, not much of a strategy.
Yeah, going back to what you were saying about Eric Trump, one of the things we've seen from the Haley campaign, and specifically from Governor Chris Sununu, is they're kind of trying to lower expectations. They want to keep things close, but Sununu, who was saying a few weeks ago there was an automatic lock for Nikki Haley, he's now kind of hedging his bets. So we'll see where this goes. One thing we do know is Nikki Haley's locked in. She's starting to invest a lot of money in South Carolina, the next contest on the calendar. And then she promises to stay in it until Super Tuesday. But the results, of course, tonight will have a lot to say about what that actually looks like.
Absolutely. We'll have a lot to say as well as Matt Schlapp, chairman of CPAC, our friend. CPAC's coming up in just a couple of weeks, and they're trying to get, I'm sure the former president will be there, among a lot of other luminaries. Let's get some quick thoughts from Matt. Matt, welcome into N2. Your thoughts about these early exit polls suggesting that a lot of unaffiliated voters came out, about as many as the Republican voters who came out. I seem to recall Donald Trump has done well with independent voters in 2016 and 2020, but there may be a lot of those independents, unaffiliated, who like Nikki Haley. What are you expecting?
Well, I think the big mistake in polling is to assume that independents are moderate. And you're right, last go-around, Donald Trump, in 2016, Donald Trump did very well with independents. So I always think that moderate question is a lot more telling than whether or not they're independent. And, New Hampshire has the motto, live free or die. They love their independence, and the Republican Party doesn't always get things right at the national level. So I don't think that in and of itself is alarming. I looked at all the exits that I could see from a couple of media outlets, and there was nothing in there that was that would be alarming as a Trump supporter, and I am a Trump supporter. CPAC came out and endorsed Trump before Iowa. But it's a different state than Iowa. Perhaps the thing about New Hampshire that's the most interesting that people may not realize is that it's just much more secular, whereas Iowa has this huge swath of evangelical Christians and devout Catholics in the primary electorate. New Hampshire is very different from that.
Yes.
One similarity, Matt, we have seen, at least recently with New Hampshire and Iowa, is immigration has risen to one of the top issues for voters in that state. And, you know, based on some of the exit polls we've talked about, I think that's also going to be a key factor in determining the ultimate vote tonight.
Yeah, I saw that too. I saw it as the #2 issue behind the economy. You know, if the economy is your #1 issue, I don't see how that could in any way be bad news for Donald Trump. I think the same thing is true on immigration. And remember, New Hampshire has the opposite problem. They might not be on the southern border, but they're near another border. And we forget that one of the big problems with illegal immigration in America are people that somehow get into the country and never leave. Sometimes they come legally on a visa and overstay that visa. So every part of the country has to deal with that problem and the fact that they're shipping these illegal aliens all over the country now. So, you know, what might have been a Texas problem or an Arizona problem is now every state in the union is dealing with these illegals that the Biden administration is shipping all over the country. So, you know, it's a sad and disgusting policy aberration, but it will be good politics for Republicans both tonight and in the general election.
And Matt, you know, Nikki Haley has had Governor Sununu by her side. Last night they spent the evening in Salem, Sununu's hometown, and today he kind of jumped on one of the threads she's been trying to weave. Obviously, she has said chaos follows Donald Trump. She's also trying to make age an issue here. And say that, you know, there's 2 old people, Biden and Trump. And he came out and said that Trump's lucky if he has the energy to do 2 events a day. She's out there doing 2 of 10 events. Is he really buying that? You know, I mean, Trump has a lot of energy, and we're watching it in Londonderry today and also Laconia last night.
This is absurd. First of all, let me tell you something, Bianca. Republican voters are so exhausted of the toxic woke politics of what color your skin is and where your grandfather came from and what pronouns you want to use. And, you know, they're sick of it. And ageism is a part of that. And the one you can criticize Donald Trump probably in an array of areas. One where you cannot, where he's just completely, it's beyond the pales to say that he's somehow lethargic. I've never seen a person, yes, he's a few years older than me, but I've never seen somebody with his capacity to work around the clock and his energy levels. So I don't think it's going to do well. The other thing for Chris Sununu, and same for Kim Reynolds, you have these 2 home state governors. Will their imprimatur, will their endorsement matter? First to Ron DeSantis in Iowa, it didn't seem to matter. Will Chris Sununu's endorsement of Nikki Haley matter in New Hampshire? I actually think what's interesting about endorsements is where they really are interesting is when you lose your home state, a delegation like Ron DeSantis did to Donald Trump, and like what we're seeing in South Carolina, where the people who live and know Nikki Haley are endorsing Donald Trump. That's when it's kind of like the boomerang effect.
No doubt about it. Matt, the Democrats are going to be extreme on issues like abortion, which we were talking about a couple of moments ago. They're counter-programming tonight, New Hampshire, which also they're snubbing New Hampshire. Let's just call it out. And they haven't gone there, Kamala Harris and President Biden. And I'm going to use some language that the vice president used at this rally in Virginia. And I don't want to over-dramatize it, but if you have children in the room, you may want to change that for a moment.
Earmuffs.
Yeah, because they're talking about abortion, and this is the kind of attack President Trump and you and the party will face in the days ahead. Kamala Harris is charging in Manassas, Virginia, which you know well, that Donald Trump is the, quote, architect of an abortion-related, quote, healthcare crisis that's causing women to have, quote, miscarriages in toilets. That is a literal quote tonight from the Vice President of the United States. This is going to get, it's already gotten ugly.
Yeah, look, they're lying about abortion. Abortion is a tragedy in each and every case. And I'm proud to be a pro-life person, and I'm proud of Donald Trump's pro-life record. That being said, not everybody has my view on abortion. And now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned, the states will determine those laws, which means the people, including Kamala Harris, can determine what those laws are. Now, here's why they're really lying. You realize that under Roe v. Wade, the states still had the ability to regulate abortion in all kinds of ways, including if a fetus became viable outside the womb. You realize Bill Clinton signed the Partial Birth Abortion Act, which was a limitation on mostly second trimester abortions. So this idea that Roe v. Wade did not come with a slew of regulations on when abortion would be legal and illegal is a lie. So when they say that Dobbs overturned Roe v. Wade, they make it seem like 9 months of abortion was legal everywhere, and now no abortions are legal anywhere. Both of those statements are lies.
Yeah,
and the fact is that we are going to have this conversation as a country, state by state, and states will pass their laws. But the one thing we shouldn't do is further lie. We're already lying about whether it's an unborn life or not. It's clearly an unborn life. They're lying about that. Clearly. But the second thing they're lying about is this idea that it was Donald Trump's Supreme Court picks that made abortion illegal in 9 months. That is a lie. Everything you're saying about this is a lie.
Yeah, their first commercial, the first big national commercial, is also focusing on abortion, featuring a mom who says she was denied an abortion and had to travel out of state for that. So this is going to be their big issue because they can't really talk about the economy.
That's right.
They can't talk about national security. So they're going to have to talk about this. The other thing we can expect to hear a lot about too, is the threat to democracy that Donald Trump poses. So those are their two issues.
Oh, hear a lot about that.
And they can't talk about the border.
Can I say something on that real fast?
Of course, go ahead.
Okay, John, can I just say something on you said? Think about the tragedy. Joe Biden, who ran for the United States Senate from the state of Delaware as a pro-life Catholic candidate, right? He was not for Roe v. Wade, and then he switched his position famously. So sad that he's running for re-election that we should have more abortions. But how sad is that? He said he met with his Reproductive Rights Council the other day. The Reproductive Rights Council is trying to make sure that as many times as possible, we don't reproduce. It's a real tragic way to try to get a second term to the White House. How about this? How about they at least talk about the tragedy of abortion, but they don't. They want to shout out their abortion. They want to say abortion is a positive. It's a virtuous thing to do. And I think that's a tragedy. Even European Western democracies, which were known for being pretty left-wing, they bar second and third trimester abortions. They have 3-day waiting periods. There's a rationality to their abortion regulations. I'm a pro-life guy. I don't believe in abortion, but there's a rationality where they've come to a compromise. We have a president of the United States that would allow abortions for gender selection. He would allow abortions up until the last moment of pregnancy for any reason you wanted, and he wants us to pay for it. This isn't common sense. This isn't a middle ground. This isn't protecting women. And it's just a tragedy for Joe Biden, who started his public career by being a pro-life guy. And he's abandoned that for power. And that's disgraceful.
We should also point out, too, that at that meeting of his Reproductive Rights Council, he confused Javier Becerra with his Health and Human Services Secretary as well. So he got this. Javier Becerra wasn't even there, but Alejandro Mayorkas was there, and he got the two confused. So
and
Joe
shame
Biden
on Kamala Harris. I want to add to that. Shame on Kamala Harris as well, as a woman and as a mother. You know, here on the network, we interview a lot of different folks who've had abortions and have been harmed by them, mentally and physically. We've had abortion survivors on, like fetuses who have actually survived this and come on to say, listen, there is a way that women can get help if there's support out there. And let's just also say Planned Parenthood is behind so much of this. We talked a little bit about dark money. They are funding this. It is about the money there, and they are pumping that in. Shame on Kamala Harris. And they have to say it in the most grotesque way here to make people say using it about in bathrooms and toilets. And it all goes back to, you know, what they've been doing that for decades, though. It is lies.
Was great to see Michigan head football coach Jim Harbaugh out there at the March for Life, proudly proclaiming that he is pro-life. And that's a powerful
and he
statement,
spoke, too.
Yeah, very powerful.
Absolutely. Matt Schlapp, last thought from you, sir?
Well, I agree on the Jim Harbaugh statement. Great for him. Mercy and I were at the march as well. And I would just say this. We're the greatest country that has ever been on the face of the earth. The idea that we want to end half of the pregnancies, like in New York City, in abortion, or see more black babies aborted than are allowed to live, we can do better than this. Liberals are always like trying to tell us that we need to be more compassionate and sympathetic and welcome people. But really, when it comes down to it, their words are cheap. No one is more vulnerable than the unborn child, and our country can do better than this Obama record and rhetoric.
Absolutely. Matt Schlapp from CPAC will be checking in with you later this evening. Thanks for stopping in on N2. Give us an early look. Votes actually are starting to trickle in. Just over 4,000 votes counted in the state of New Hampshire, according to the Associated Press. It's about less than 2% of the vote. We got a long, long way to go. Nikki Haley with an early lead. 2,300 votes roughly. Donald J. Trump, 2,000 votes roughly. She's up 54% to 45%. Again, This is based on 4,390 votes. Ron DeSantis, by the way, John, got 28 votes in the early stages. This is largely out of Concord, is what I'm seeing. So Ron DeSantis with 0.6% of the vote.
How about Ron DeSantis? I did see that the state of New Hampshire is going to lump everybody into an others category besides from Nikki Haley and Donald Trump. So,
yes.
But Ron DeSantis registering there, so good for him.
He went from possible frontrunner to other.
Yes, why not? We'll be looking for the ceasefire as well, too, the other writing campaign.
Yeah, that's on the Democrat side. That's a writing. Let's go out live to Nashua, New Hampshire, where we find our senior correspondent, John Huddy. He's at Trump campaign headquarters. They hope it's going to be a victory party tonight. What are you hearing on the ground, John? Welcome back.
Yeah, well, exactly. We're at the Trump viewing party here at the Sheraton in Nashua. I just spoke with actually Jason Miller, senior advisor to former President Trump, who said that the early numbers, the numbers that they've been getting, are looking very good. And earlier this afternoon, we were seeing from GOP poll watchers, also the chairman of the GOP party, that some of the numbers coming in from independents and moderates, and also those what are called the unaffiliated voters, there was a very high turnout of independent voters who were hitting the polls today. Whether that remains to be true, again, we're waiting to see. But look, the Trump campaign is expecting a victory. How big a victory? What that margin is going to be? That's the question. And it was the question that certainly was raised during the Iowa caucuses. The poll by the Des Moines Register leading up to the Iowa caucuses had former President Trump at 48%. He ended up winning by 51%. So whether we're going to see that kind of margin here, a senior advisor told me earlier today, they're expecting anywhere from an 18 to 20-point lead. But Nikki Haley is really trying to pick up those independent voters. They make up about 35% of the electorate here in New Hampshire. So they've been really focused on the advertising, focused on going after Donald Trump is more the same. They're basically saying she's a younger, fresher candidate who's bringing ideas to the table. And speaking of the issues, by the way, there's two really big issues, according to the polls and people that I've been talking to throughout the day and over the weeks here in New Hampshire. One is immigration, the border crisis, border security. Also, that goes along with the fentanyl epidemic. New Hampshire was a state that was ravaged by opioids, heroin, and now fentanyl. We're seeing that having a major impact in places like Manchester, basically the big cities throughout the state here, and then also the economy. Two very, very important hot button issues that are on people's minds here. So we're starting to see very slowly some of those turnouts, basically the numbers coming in. We're going to see that continuing through 8 o'clock and then beyond that, guys. Back to you.
All right, John Huddy, early look. They still feel good inside the Trump camp is the message I take away, and we shall see how all that plays out. Sure. Guys, still, 3% of the vote in now. Pardon me. And Donald Trump is up 50% to 48. This is very early. We could see some other numbers we have there. He's at 58, Haley at 41. There's some more updated numbers that suggest that he's got a slimmer lead. It's going to keep bouncing around. The point is Donald Trump is in the lead for now. But Nikki Haley's going to get some votes here. She's got these independent voters who turned out tonight.
And if you look at the map here, which we have one of those cool maps, but looking at the map here on your computer, a lot of the Nikki Haley votes in so far are coming from Concord, New Hampshire, which should be one of the weakest areas for Donald Trump, one of the more liberal areas of the state. Manchester, New Hampshire, the biggest town in the state, is coming in for Donald Trump. And according to what the experts tell us, that closely matches kind of the best, tally what we should expect from the state as a whole. So things are kind of coming in as Donald Trump would hope right now. But again, it's still very early. And we can see, just based in the last couple of minutes, 2% of the votes in, but he has expanded his lead over Nikki Haley.
And Ron DeSantis is out. He dropped out Sunday. So if you have those never Trumpers and they are, in some of those more urban parts of New Hampshire or even bedroom communities of Boston, they have the vote and they're going to go to Nikki. But we'll see. It's early, and the live free or die spirit, we'll see how it plays out.
That's right. We'll get yourself a beverage, your favorite snack. We're going to be here for a long, long time. We're looking forward to that. We got a great team lined up, including the reporters out in the field. We'll take a quick break. On the other side, we'll check in with Nikki Haley's headquarters. Our correspondent, Mike Carter, is there. Addison Smith is with the Democrats. We'll see whether or not Joe Biden has a big, big embarrassment on his hands. All of that on a fun, wild night right here on N2. Don't go anywhere.
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
Attention families with a loved one in a nursing home. If your loved one has suffered from bed sores, falls, broken bones, dehydration, or even death, you may be entitled to a substantial settlement. If you have a loved one who is injured in a nursing home, we will find out what happened. State violations are found against nursing homes every day. You have a limited time to file your claim, so don't wait. Call 800-710-5444 and speak with one of our attorneys. The call is confidential and free.
This is where I plan to retire, but planning for that day is nerve-wracking. Everything is getting expensive. Inflation is the highest we've seen in 40 years. So, how do you protect your money, your retirement, your savings? Well, you know me, I like to call in the experts. That's why I called American Hartford Gold, and you should too. They can show you how to safeguard your hard-earned savings against inflation by helping you diversify your portfolio with physical gold and silver. Now could be the best time to learn more about gold and silver and acquire your safe haven assets. When you're ready, put your trust in American Hartford Gold. They will even help you protect your IRA or 401k with precious metals. So don't wait. Call them now. Call 866-439-1444 or text NEWSMAX to 998899. Protect your nest egg with gold and silver today.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would, and now you can with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back. Let's go out live now to Nikki Haley's headquarters in Concord, New Hampshire. Hope I pronounced that right.
Nailed it.
Yes.
Nailed it? All right,
Nailed
you're from
it.
the Boston market. That's where we find our national correspondent, Mike Carter. He grew up in New Hampshire. If I had gotten that pronunciation wrong, he would have scolded me. Mike, what are you seeing on the ground there at Haley headquarters?
Yeah, Ed, I grew up here. I felt a little left out driving around the Granite State today. I felt like I should be voting today. I'm now a New York resident, sadly, for a lot of reasons. But unfortunately, I couldn't vote. But a lot of New Hampshire voters will be voting today. The Secretary of State is expecting a record turnout, more than 300,000 New Hampshire voters heading to the polls today. And they don't have much more time to do it. Right now, most of the polls are closed. They have about 38 minutes for anyone who hasn't voted to still head to the polls. Polls close statewide at 8 p.m. They're starting to trickle in now. We're starting to see some results, but we won't know the full tally until shortly after 8 o'clock. Is this going to be a come-from-behind victory for Nikki Haley? That's what her campaign keeps talking about. They're very confident heading into tonight. But they also said, look, this is not going to be a coronation of Donald Trump no matter what happens tonight. Nikki Haley, of course, won Dixville Notch this morning. She got 6 of the 6 votes in Dixville Notch, 100% of the vote in Dixville Notch, but that, of course, a very small sample size. We also saw Nikki Haley at a polling site in Bedford, at Bedford High School this afternoon. But, you know, when you talk about what needs to happen for Nikki Haley in order for her campaign to go on, her campaign is pointing to Super Tuesday, saying no matter what happens in New Hampshire, Nevada, where she's not on the polls, or South Carolina. Super Tuesday is really what's going to answer everything for the Haley campaign, because 11 of those 16 states have either open or semi-open primaries, meaning either Democrats or independents can vote in those elections. And as we know, those moderate voters are what Nikki Haley is really counting on. We had a chance to catch up with Donald Trump. Looks like we've got a little bit of a result tonight. Nikki Haley up 54 to 45 right now. Still very early on. We did catch up with the former president earlier this afternoon. We asked him, what do you think about Nikki Haley saying she's not dropping out in the foreseeable future, no matter what happens here in New Hampshire? Nikki Haley says she won't drop out of this race no matter what happens.
Well, she may not. I don't care if she drops out or not. Doesn't matter to me. I mean, she said she'd never run. Remember that? So what did that mean? She said, I will never run because he was a great president. I will never run. Then she started running. So what she said doesn't matter, right? Because it doesn't, oftentimes she'll say things that she doesn't mean.
All right, Nikki Haley with a slight edge right now, but very few of those votes have been counted. Look, the people here, Ed, are just as confident as those down in Nashua, where the Trump campaign headquarters are. They're expecting a great result tonight. What exactly does that mean?
Yeah.
Came in third place in Iowa. Most folks say she needs a really good result here tonight. If it's not a win, it's got to be close.
Mike, outstanding report, but I just got a text from one of our bosses. They're trying to find out why you're so disappointed about being a New York resident, whether you want to be reassigned or is there something we don't know?
Don't get me wrong. Listen, I love New York. It's gone downhill recently.
We know what you mean, Mike.
The Newsmax headquarters is beautiful, perfectly run.
Perfect.
It's mom's home cooking, because I know your mom's in New Hampshire, and she's a big Newsmax fan.
Yes.
There we are.
Absolutely. She took care of me, myself, and my photographer today.
All right, there you go.
There
you go.
That's awfully sweet. We're going to be checking in with you out throughout the night. We're learning a lot more about Mike Carter. We're going to learn a lot more about this race. It's funny because the cheering that was going on seemed to be that, not that Nikki Haley was in the lead, John,
right,
but that she was only down 11. Yeah, you know, and that is going to be part of the fight tonight, the expectations game. If she loses by 9, for example, it's single digits.
Right, the guy, the participation trophy guy might need to come back for Nikki Haley.
Tried to give that to DeSantis.
Give it to Nikki
Haley.
Haley.
It didn't work out for Ron.
Yeah, I spoke to John Zogby a few hours ago, and he said a good showing doesn't matter anymore. She needs to win tonight. That's what's at stake for her. And some, you know, insiders in New Hampshire say this is really make it or break it for Nikki Haley, and that's a lot for anyone, I think, to go up against. So it will be a good showing. So far, it's still, she's in the running here. If it's single digits, 10 digits, we'll see.
And there's a race on the Democratic side that we can't forget about. Our special coverage continues. We've already checked in with the Trump headquarters, the Haley headquarters. Let's go to Addison Smith. He is with the Democrats as Joe Biden tries to make sure he's not embarrassed tonight. He wound up not being on the ballot because he wanted to punch New Hampshire in the nose and make South Carolina first. New Hampshire officials made them do a primary anyway, so he's doing a write-in. But he's got this upstart congressman that might do well. What are you seeing on the ground, Addison?
Yeah, guys, we're at Democratic candidate Dean Phillips' election night watch party. Starting to get pretty crowded in here. People are filling in. Now, we've got the New York Times poll right here that's showing 10% of the votes are in the Democratic primary. Right now, Dean Phillips at about 23% of the vote. Yeah, you can see the crowd right here. Phillips, again, 23% of the vote. Now, the MSNBC exit poll showed that independents came out in droves. We're talking 45% turnout compared to Republicans' 47%, and Democrats at 8%, guys. So seems to be a low Democratic turnout in this primary. That's not unusual for Maine. Maine is a notoriously moderate state. Now, in speaking with voters here, a lot of issues that they're concerned about. Actually, something Dean Phillips has brought up is the southern border. Dean Phillips has addressed the border, says that we need enhanced border security. That's something that a lot of his supporters care about, as well as Medicare for all, a little more of a left-wing thing from Dean that we're seeing there, but that's one of his popular campaign slogans. Now, earlier today, Dean was on CNN, where he had this to say about President Trump. A lot of people found it interesting. Take a listen. How are are you registered to vote right now? Independent, Democrat, what are you?
Independent.
Independent. Independent, really.
Undeclared, independent. It's edging closer to Dean as a possible candidate for sure.
I like him, personally. If I didn't know he was a Democrat, I would have thought he was a conservative.
Who's it between for you?
Who is it between? Trump and Dean.
How important do you think the independent vote is going to be for Dean tomorrow?
Oh, I think it's going to be the whole thing. There's a real hunger for a new candidate out there.
So that was the wrong clip. That was independents that I talked to at Dean's events all throughout the state yesterday saying, hey, we think independents are going to show up big. We're all independents. A lot of them I talked to, as you can see there, are undeclared voters. A lot of them on board for Dean. And really it's going to be a battle of the undeclared between Nikki Haley and Dean Phillips. We'll see who is able to pull more. But it's funny, Dean says the sole reason he's running, basically the biggest reason, is to take down Trump, but he could actually end up helping Trump if he takes a lot of votes of undeclareds away from Haley, guys.
All right, Addison Smith, appreciate your reporting. Guys, it's interesting because this Dean Phillips had, not much of a campaign for the longest time. He's in Minnesota. The Biden people are laughing at him. They won't even get on a debate stage with him.
Right.
He's not on a lot of ballots. There's certain states like Florida where they're just rigging it for Biden. And he might punch him in the nose tonight.
He's got a lot of money. He put, I think, about $2.5 million into his campaign, putting his money where his mouth is, quite literally, and he's making some waves.
Of course, everyone's hearkening back to 1968 when another Minnesota senator, Eugene McCarthy, came in, and LBJ was the write-in, and Eugene McCarthy beat him. A lot of college kids went in and supported him then. So Dean Phillips making a play there.
It was a shock to LBJ, and within a month or so, he was out of the race altogether and out of the presidency pretty soon. Speaking of folks who like to speak up, great patriots, on a night like this, let's check in with our friend Greg Kelly, host of Greg Kelly Reports on Newsmax, 9 p.m. Eastern. He's kind and generous enough to share some time. You're with the whole team here, Ed, Bianca, and John. Good evening, Greg. Welcome.
Great to talk to you guys. Great to see you. 1968. I could say, well, I wasn't even born, and I wasn't born. However, I was conceived in March of 1968, January. So I was on my way, and I do remember learning about the dynamics of that. But Donald Trump, in my opinion, has already scored a incredible victory. It's just wild what he has accomplished, and I don't care whether Nikki Haley loses by double digits or single digits, or it doesn't matter. You look at what Donald Trump has gone through over the past, since he came down the escalator, but particularly over the past year or so, the crazy indictments, the lawsuit. He spent half of the last week in a courtroom in Manhattan. They thought that this would make him so toxic, but the American people saw right through it. And I am so gratified. I am so happy that they did, because I know that those cases in and of themselves, that's the fraud. That's the real fraud. And that so many people saw right through it and he's potentially in a position to wrap this thing up tonight. It could happen, maybe a couple of days, who knows, But I'm very, very pleased, and I'm very, very optimistic, and I'm impressed, quite frankly, with my fellow citizens.
Yes, we're watching what's happening down in Georgia with Fani Willis there, and big questions about her and the ethics with all these cases. To look at New Hampshire, and Greg, we're watching some of the early returns here. A lot of people who are voting for Haley, though, they're just doing as a revolt to Trump. So even if she does come and have a good showing here, it's not necessarily because they're behind her. So tell us about how you think Donald Trump will pull these people over in New Hampshire. If we look towards a general election, his tone after Iowa was so inclusive, talking about working with Democrats, rebuilding cities like your beloved New York.
So this is something I actually asked Donald Trump about 12 years ago. In 2012, he was thinking about running for president, very briefly, 2011, 2012. And of course, he was getting into fights with people, and we got used to it here in New York. And I told him, look, Mr. Trump, if you do run for president, you got to admit you're not going to be able to talk like this as president. You know that, right? And he said, well, I went to Wharton, and I'm very smart. And he tells me how smart he is for a while. This is all on television. It's all on the record. And at the end of it, he says, but you know what, Greg, if I become president, I will probably have to change my tone quite a bit. And if I don't, you got to call me and say, Donald, it's time to change your tone. I actually never made that call because he was under constant attack as president. And I don't think I have to make the call now because I believe at the right time, it's my hope and it's kind of my expectation that he's going to come out one night and speak specifically to the left, specifically to the people who have been lied to about Donald Trump, and talk to them and tell them that they have nothing to fear from President Trump. He will protect folks who are transgender and this, that, and the other thing as much as he will anybody else. As long as you're an adult, by the way, you know, we don't. Yeah. He's very powerful about the transgender mess. So, and the Make America Great Again. You know, some people don't like the word MAGA. Okay, but what it stands for, strong borders, not getting into useless foreign wars and then losing them, the innocence of children. These are things that, you know, sane Democrats not very long ago could openly support. In fact, they wouldn't even conceive not supporting it. So we've come a really long, it's been a long, deep dive for America. So I think that he has the capability to do something magnificent and in truly unifying this country. I hope. I have a feeling I'm right.
All right. We're going to watch along with you, and Greg will be leading coverage starting 9 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax Cable. We're all friends here. We're all family, so we can share resources and time, and hope you flip back and forth, but we'll be streaming all night. Greg, 9 p.m. Eastern, right?
Yes, sir. And Ed, thank you. John and Bianca, I've been listening to your commentary. Very, very helpful. I've been taking notes because I'll be on with Mark Halpern and the other political brainiacs. And thank you very much for having me. And yeah, we'll be on tonight at 9.
All right.
Super, Greg.
Well, great to see you.
Thank you.
Don't miss it. Greg's outstanding. We're going to take a quick break. All eyes are staying, obviously, on New Hampshire. Results rolling in. Donald Trump still has a healthy lead with only 12% in. We'll give you the latest numbers. Live look right there at his little headquarters as well. People starting to fill it up. They're looking like they're going to get excited. We're excited. We hope you're excited with our coverage. Don't go anywhere. Quick break. We'll have the latest results right after this.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Why is everyone talking about Navage and nasal irrigation?
I was dealing with some just bad nasal congestion, post-nasal drip.
Navage is simple. Your nose is the body's air filter, but it's not perfect. Navage is a drug-free way to help flush out allergens, mucus, and germs using powered suction. Join nearly 4 million Navage users so you can breathe better, snore less, and feel healthier.
It's 2-3 minutes of my time, and I'm right back to normal. I could breathe.
Navage, clean nose, healthy life.
Heart attacks can happen at any time. If you suffer cardiac arrest outside of a hospital, you have just a 7% chance of surviving.
That's why this world-renowned cardiologist brings you the Simple Heart Cure Diet and Meal Plan. Start improving your heart health now with this easy-to-follow program that combines expert advice with hundreds of delicious heart-healthy recipes. See improvements in as little as 28 days. Claim your free copy today. Go online or call the number on your screen.
Do you listen to the TV on high volume or have trouble hearing conversations? Then you would benefit from hearing aids. Don't waste thousands on expensive hearing aids when you can get MD Hearing's revolutionary Neo hearing aids for just $299 a pair. Don't be fooled by higher-priced hearing aids. The Neo is a true hearing aid, not an amplifier. With rechargeable technology many customers say is superior to more expensive models. Call now and get not one, but 2 Neo hearing aids for just $299. Plus, we'll add in a portable charging dock and ship your order absolutely free. The Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-ear canal design. And you can get 2 Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime US-based support for only $299. So call now.
800-475-0698. Again, that's 800-475-0698.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new, clinically proven Legzercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
After using Legzercise for a week, I felt like I wanted to go for a walk again without pain like I used to.
Legzercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
It's helped with the swelling and the pain. The tingling feeling is gone.
Call right now and order your very own Legzercise Pro, the clinically proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call now.
Welcome back. The whole team is here, Ed, Bianca, and John, all night long. Results just starting to trickle in. We're also looking at what's next. A lot of people assume it's South Carolina because of all that talk, but there's actually Nevada in between. That's up next. So let's head to Las Vegas and check in with Newsmax reporter John Glasgow with the latest. In fact, there's a Trump rally coming up this weekend out there. John, what are they saying on the ground? Sounds like Donald Trump has it pretty much sewn up.
That's right. We were out in Henderson, Nevada here earlier today, and we spoke with a lot of the voters out there who said that they are staunch supporters of Donald Trump. They say that the economy is tough here. They also said that the border is an issue. So those are things that they're looking forward to when they vote in the primary as well as the caucus. Now that is an interesting situation because you've got the primary first on the 6th and then the caucus on the 8th. Now there is a difference on that, and for this we're going to bring in the GOP chairman here in Nevada, Mike McDonald. He joins me outside of Trump Tower, or not Trump Tower, Trump Hotel here on the Las Vegas Strip. So explain to me the difference. The caucus is what's important, not the primary. Nikki Haley, she's on the primary. Former President Trump is on the caucus. Explain why this is so important.
It's about voter integrity here in Nevada. Caucus is where you get your delegates. It's where all the serious candidates are. Primary means nothing here in the state of Nevada for Republicans. The way you get your delegates, you have to show up caucus night, which is February 8th. You can vote for Ryan Binkley or Donald Trump on our ballot, and that's how you're going to be moving forward to the next process.
So the primary, that means absolutely nothing. Nikki Haley, she's put herself on that, but what matters most is the delegates that are going to be awarded from the caucus.
Correct. Nikki Haley doing this it's very disappointing. She snubbed the Republican voters in the state of Nevada. I think she disrespected disenfranchised a lot of it. She didn't want to vote across the laws we put through in the state party. So by her going in that direction, all she did was help Democrats. That's literally what she did. The caucus is the only Republicans who will be able to get their people out, get their voices heard, and pick their candidate to become president of the United States.
Tell me what are some of the major issues here in Nevada. You've got a lot of people that are hurting right now.
They're really bad. I mean, our homeless issue is really bad. The economy's strong because we have to have more people that bring the economy back. Our gas prices are double. Our food prices are double. Raise a family here is just, it's horrible. So you have to have that, plus also the border. The border is a big issue. We're so close to Arizona and California that we're getting the people that are coming in illegally here in the state.
Right. Well, I know you're watching this closely. What just thoughts on New Hampshire?
I think it's going to be a great night for President Trump. He's campaigned very hard. I know his team. Very familiar with his team back there. We're very proud of the way he's come out and the way everybody's coalesced around him. This is how you build a presidential candidate on the Republican side. The Democrats do it. What Nikki Haley's doing right now, she should get out of the race, endorse President Trump, come and unify the party. That's what Governor Burgum did. That's what every other candidate, Vivek Ramaswamy did, and obviously our governor down in Florida did a wonderful job with the endorsement he did with President Trump. So having that come out is strong for us and makes us go forward.
All right. Well, I know you got a watch party tonight from New Hampshire. Go and enjoy that. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck when this happens here on February 8th. That's the important
February
date. That's when the caucus is. But we are going to continue to follow this here from Nevada. We're going to have some some of the issues that are affecting the voters most. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys out there in Florida.
All right, John Glasgow with an outstanding report as always. Thank you. We'll be watching that very closely. Donald Trump's got a lead there. He's got a lead in New Hampshire tonight, about 15% of the vote in. He's up by about 6 points over Nikki Haley. We've got to take a quick break. We'll get to more results right after this. Don't go anywhere. Our New Hampshire primary coverage rolls on. There's Trump headquarters.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S. and there is no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-300-5350. That's 1-800-300-5350.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Is your faith being weaponized? There's a dark force manipulating the Word of God. They're known by different names: Christian left, progressives, and woke Christianity. Don't be fooled. These fake Christians want to convert you. Woke Jesus has been written to expose this very real threat. You'll need this book to stop them before it's too late. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call now or go online to order.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new, clinically proven Legzercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
After using Legzercise for a week, I felt like I wanted to go for a walk again without pain like I used to.
Legzercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
It's helped with the swelling and the pain. The tingling feeling is gone.
Call right now and order your very own Legzercise Pro, the clinically proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call now.
Some breaking news. Famed political strategist Dick Morris says Donald Trump is running for president. Few people know President Trump better than Dick Morris. For years, Morris has served as his top advisor. Now, in his new bestseller, The Return, Dick reveals Trump's secret plan for 2024, his real reason for running, and his coming surprise announcement. Dick says Trump still faces 3 threats, but Biden can never be reelected. Newsmax calls The Return the only political book you need to read. It's already an Amazon #1 bestseller. If you want to see Trump's plan, Dick Morris shares it. Big media, big tech, and the deep state all want to stop Trump. But The Return shows they'll fail, and Trump will triumph. Get Dick Morris's The Return in bookstores everywhere, or see the free offer from Newsmax. Go online or call today.
Welcome back to our coverage here at N2. I'm Bianca Garza alongside Ed Henry and John Bachman. An exciting night in New Hampshire. We're seeing some early results come in. Let's bring in our senior political contributor and host of Saturday Agenda, Saturdays at 1 o'clock, Rob Astorino. Rob, welcome in this evening.
Welcome.
What are you looking at right now? Obviously, there are some early numbers coming in for the state of New Hampshire.
Well, there are 260 towns in New Hampshire. Donald Trump is going to win like 240 of them, 250 of them. Remember, he won all 10 counties last time in 16 and really kind of ran away with it. It's a lot closer this time, I think, at least the early returns in the southern part of the state, where a lot of independents did come out. It seems like the unaffiliated were breaking towards Nikki Haley. And this is the good and the bad about Donald Trump, right? He drives out turnout. He drives out Republicans and he drives out Democrats and those that hate him to go to the polls. And right now he's got a 10-point lead, as you see, with about 16% in. I still think at the end of the day, it's going to be somewhere in the teens that he'll win. If he wins by 20, it's lights out. If he wins by single digits, then Nikki Haley is kind of in no man's land. She's got to decide whether it's good enough to try to continue. And obviously, if she wins, she's got a free pass to continue. But Nevada is next, and Trump is going to run away with that. And then it's South Carolina. Can she sustain the publicity? Can she sustain whatever happens in New Hampshire? And can she keep raising money for the next month in a state, her own state, that she's losing 2.5 to 1 right now?
Rob, you mentioned that Donald Trump drives out a lot of voters, both for and against him. But what do you think are the issues motivating voters in New Hampshire this time around, the most important ones?
Definitely for Republicans, it's clear. It's immigration, number one, believe it or not. But that's not just from the southern border. New Hampshire, of course, is bordering Canada. And the northern border, they've had a lot of problems in New York, Vermont, and New Hampshire with things, that is fentanyl and other drugs, coming in from the northern border. So that's an issue too. And the economy. So those are the number 1 and 2 issues. And that definitely favors Donald Trump. The number 1 issue for Nikki Haley is, I don't like Donald Trump. That's the voters coming out for Nikki Haley, whether it's, again, unaffiliated that lean left or never Trumpers. They're coming out because they don't like Donald Trump. The passion is not there for Nikki Haley. That's clear in the polling. The passion is I either hate Donald Trump or I love him. And that's what's on display right now.
Rob, in the last minute we have, you mentioned it's going to be tough for Haley to spin any kind of a victory unless she wins outright or it's a single digit. The mainstream media might get behind her and keep a race going. They don't like Donald Trump. We know that. Right now, with 17% of the vote in, it's about a 9-10 point lead for Donald Trump. If she can keep it in that single digit, you see 10 points right there. That might be the magic number for her to at least try to make the case that she can stick around. And you're right, it's going to come down to whether the money still comes in.
Yeah, but the problem that she would have is this is her best opportunity. Every condition is perfect for her to pull off an upset or to get close, right? But you need wins. You need wins. And there's not a lot of other states that have this kind of setup like New Hampshire. You do have some, but that's a long ways from now. And in the meantime, Donald Trump's going to pile up win and win and win. You're going to have a lot of big donors coming over to him knowing that the race is basically over. So that's what's going to have to go in her head.
Absolutely. And you know what's playing at her headquarters right now is CNN. And that's tailor-made.
Of course. Interesting choice.
That could be a Truth Social post from Donald Trump any moment now. Oh, CNN is playing at Nikki Haley's headquarters.
Yeah. Didn't go unnoticed from us, for
there
sure.
There you go. It didn't go unnoticed from us. Rob Astorino, great analysis as always. We'll be checking in with you. Thank you, sir.
All right, guys.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. 17% of the vote in. Donald Trump with about a 10-point lead. It's still early. Don't go anywhere. Our coverage is just starting. Back after a quick break.
This is where I plan to retire, but planning for that day is nerve-wracking. Everything is getting expensive. Inflation is the highest we've seen in 40 years. So, how do you protect your money, your retirement, your savings? Well, you know me, I like to call in the experts. That's why I called American Hartford Gold, and you should too. They can show you how to safeguard your hard-earned savings against inflation by helping you diversify your portfolio with physical gold and silver. Now could be the best time to learn more about gold and silver and acquire your safe haven assets. When you're ready, put your trust in American Hartford Gold. They will even help you protect your IRA or 401k with precious metals. So don't wait. Call them now. Call 866-439-1444 or text NEWSMAX to 998899. Protect your nest egg with gold and silver today.
Hi, folks. Joe Namath here. Did you know that I wear hearing aids? I had trouble with my hearing years ago. I did something about it. I love my hearing aids, and I am here to help you get a deal on the same brand I wear. I was wearing those expensive hearing aids for years, and I didn't know any better until a good friend of mine told me about MD Hearing. I thought the price was too good to be true, but I bought a pair anyway. No doctor visit, no prescription, no hassle. It was easy. When they showed up, I called and spoke to Sandy, one of their audiologists. to make sure the hearing aids fit and work the way I need it. And they do that for everyone, not just me.
Once the MD hearing aids are in, you kind of said, I just should have done this before.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping. The rechargeable Neo is nearly invisible with its tiny in-the-ear canal design. And you can get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids with a 45-day risk-free trial, free shipping, and free lifetime US-based support for only $297.
Call 800-587-1443.
I started hearing things I haven't heard in a long time, like the water trickling in the other room. I didn't realize how bad my hearing was until I got the hearing aids.
I've never had a better pair of hearing aids. I wear them all the time, and I'm even wearing them now. If you have hearing problems or even think you might have hearing problems, don't waste your money or time on other hearing aids. Call my friends at MD Hearing and get my favorite over-the-counter hearing aids for you.
Call now and get 2 rechargeable Neo hearing aids for just $297 with a free portable charging case and free shipping.
Call 800-587-1443. 800-587-1443.
This important message is for Marines and family members who spent 30 days on base at Camp Lejeune prior to 1988.
As a U.S. military veteran, I'm here to inform you that if you or someone you love has been diagnosed with cancer, Parkinson's, or other serious health issues after spending time at Camp Lejeune, you may qualify for financial compensation. Call now to determine your eligibility.
I called to see if I qualify. They helped me a lot.
Leaking chemical storage tanks at Camp Lejeune contaminated the drinking water with highly toxic chemicals. Marines and their family members have been diagnosed with multiple cancers and other serious health issues. But there is now a new law that gives victims the opportunity to receive financial compensation for their illnesses without going to court.
I finally got some answers. I'm glad I called.
You need to call now to see if you qualify. It costs you nothing if you don't win.
Call 800-755-0189. 800-755-0189.
Welcome back. Former President Trump right there with an 11-point lead as the votes come in. All the polls will be closing in about 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere. Donald Trump, by the way, just posted on Truth Social, wow, we are doing really well despite all the Biden votes going for Haley. He must be getting good reports from his team.
Yes, and that's what we've been hearing too, that they're saying it was a big turnout today, record turnout. He's had obviously a lot of support on the ground as well. We've seen big crowds, and he had all the former opponents standing next to him last night. What a show of solidarity.
Yeah, all those guys, Vivek Ramaswamy, Tim Scott, and Doug Burgum, that fantastic four.
That's right, quite a lineup. And we've got a great lineup here at N2, not just this team here. Mike Huckabee will live with us after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor, and they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Cars will break down, and when they do, it's too late. If your car is out of warranty, it leaves you with 2 choices: get stuck paying for expensive repairs, or one phone call to CarShield. Their administrators pay for your covered repairs so you don't have to. Your coverage includes roadside assistance, towing, rental, and so much more. Plus, with their nationwide network, you choose the mechanic or dealer. Best of all, there's coverage for every wallet size. Make the smart call before it's too late. Call CarShield today.
Attention, Marines and family members who served, lived, or worked at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, August 1953 through December 1987. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with cancer, Parkinson's disease, or any of these serious health issues, you may now qualify for significant financial compensation. Call Liberty Legal now to determine your eligibility. For over 30 years, leaking defective chemical storage tanks contaminated the drinking water with benzene and other highly toxic chemicals. Victims who drank or were exposed to the contaminated water have been diagnosed with multiple cancers, Parkinson's disease, birth defects from in utero exposure, and other serious health issues. A new law gives Marines and family members the opportunity to receive justice and financial compensation for their illnesses caused by toxic water exposure at Camp Lejeune. But you need to call now to see if you qualify. It costs you nothing if you don't win.
Call 800-479-4358. 800-479-4358.
The first time Wounded Warrior Project came into my life was probably the day after I came out of my coma. It was my parents, my doctors, and then it was the Wounded Warrior Project.
My injury was a tremendous loss. You used to be the super dad, and now you're not gonna be able to see your daughter grow up and see her happy face.
Returning from the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project kept many of us from unraveling into further despair.
It's now been 20 years since Wounded Warrior Project was created to serve those veterans injured on or after 9/11. Please call or go online with your gift of just $19 a month.
All right. I can remember when we first connected with Wounded Warrior Project. I mean, remember it like it was last week. It was 15 years ago. We needed help, and they came in and stuck by this kid's side.
Your monthly gifts make Wounded Warrior Project possible. Wounded Warrior Project is able to provide critically needed programs and services that empower our warriors and their families on their journey towards recovery.
Wounded Warrior Project gave me all the tools I needed to cope with being blind.
This organization is the reason my kids still have a dad. Hug? Can you give me hugs?
Please call or go online with your gift of $19 a month, and we will send you this limited edition 20th anniversary blanket.
They just didn't come in the door and speak to us and leave. They came in and stuck by this kid's side.
Our work has just begun. Join us with your gift and supporting our
Vote for America 2024. The New Hampshire Presidential Primary.
Welcome back to our live coverage here on Newsmax2 split screen. You can see on the left, of course, with the big T word, Trump and the big, beautiful American flags. That would be the Trump Victory Headquarters, as they're calling it, tonight in Nashua, New Hampshire. And then on the right, Nikki Haley. You can identify that by the fact that CNN is playing at Nikki Haley's victory party, not Newsmax2. Ed Henry here, joined by my colleagues John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza. CNN, that sort of plays into a narrative.
It sure does.
Nikki Haley, doesn't it?
See, that's why you tune into us, because we got all the details for you here, folks. We're watching it very, very closely, and that has been some of the criticism of Nikki Haley, that it's donor class, folks like Reid Hoffman donating to her campaign, and here we are tonight where the polls are just about to close right now. We're watching it very closely. Interesting comments, though. Her campaign came out today saying, we're not going anywhere. We do not have coronations. So I am predicting that no matter how this goes tonight, that she has a lot of money behind her to fuel her. And I think, unlike what we saw in Iowa, where we heard some concession speeches, Vivek dropping out that night, Nikki Haley, I think, will continue on and use that donor cash.
Today she said, I'm not getting out. She suggested she's going to hang on almost no matter what. And John Bachman, the polls are now officially closed all across the state. It was staggered. Some closed at 7 p.m. Eastern. Now everything's closed at 8 p.m. Eastern. So we anticipate more results trickling in. 18% of the vote in right now. Donald Trump has roughly a 10-point lead. Not as big as what the polls were suggesting. But again, we've got to see which part of the state more of the votes will come in.
Yes.
And a win is a win is a win. And if it holds up, he's going to say two straight weeks I've dominated.
The other thing we've heard from him today, too, is he's not really concerned about what Nikki Haley does from here on out. He's confident in what's going to happen tonight. I think he's very confident about what's going to happen in Nevada as well, and confident about what's going to happen in South Carolina. You know, he's kind of built a firewall around South Carolina. He's got a lot of support there from local officials, just like he had in his home state of Florida, and he's kind of touted that throughout. And, you know, once we get closer here to 8 o'clock, we should be able to get some results.
And in fact, John, let's do that. Newsmax now is officially calling it. Donald J. Trump is the projected winner with 19% of the votes in for the Republican primary in New Hampshire. So there you go. It was happening. Our screen was lighting up as John was talking. I think you teed it up perfectly. You can see a trend line, and that's how our decision desk will look at it. You've been through a lot of these races where some people at home will say, well, it's so early, there's only 18% in, but we can see the trend lines, we can see where the votes are coming in, and Donald Trump will win tonight. The only question now is by how much?
By how much, and that is going to be the key factor here in determining the narrative that we're going to hear from both candidates tonight. We do expect to hear from both Donald Trump and Nikki Haley. Normally you hear from the victor first. In a situation, we expect to hear from Donald Trump probably fairly soon. I don't know, it kind of depends. He likes to time these moments very carefully.
He's going to want to lock it down.
When I lock it down, I won, going to bed tonight, and it's on to Nevada and South Carolina. And what will Nikki Haley say? That, of course, will be based on the margin of the defeat.
His campaign headquarters are in Nashua. Our John Huddy is there, of course, monitoring it. So if he does step out, we will be there. But now with this historic win tonight, Donald Trump is the first Republican presidential candidate to win open races in Iowa and New Hampshire since both states began leading the election calendar in 1976 votes. And even
typically there's a split. You know, where somebody wins, and like Donald Trump did not win Iowa in 2016. It was Ted Cruz.
Very different electorate.
Then he wins in New Hampshire. Let's get to somebody who's been through this process, a friend of Newsmax, of course, here at N2, a former presidential candidate, former Arkansas governor, Mike Huckabee. Governor, welcome in. Your thoughts? Donald Trump has been declared the victor, sir.
I don't think anybody's surprised by that. I certainly am not. I heard you say a moment ago, the real question is what's the margin? And does the margin matter? I think Nikki Haley is committed to keeping her campaign afloat, even if the margin is not favorable. But let's be clear, she had indicated, as did Governor Sununu, that Nikki Haley was going to win. Well, she's not going to win. And now the question is, will she just change the narrative and say, well, I really didn't mean I had to win, I just had to show up and do okay. She goes to South Carolina, and if she doesn't do not just well, if she doesn't win, losing in your home state is like showing up at Thanksgiving dinner for your family and them telling you they don't have a plate for you. I just think that's a just horrible situation for her to be facing. She's not doing that well. Trump is overwhelming her in South Carolina, has the support of virtually every elected official. So the real question, does she want to keep going? Now, I'm guessing she does, but it's going to be a tough slog, no matter how many Democrat donors write her big checks.
Governor, let's talk a little bit about unity. We saw Donald Trump last night being flanked by, Vivek, Doug Burgum, Tim Scott as a showing of unity. And some are saying this really is about now focusing towards Joe Biden, towards the disastrous policies that have us in conflicts around the globe and the concerns at our own southern border. Is there something here that you would stress to the Nikki Haley campaign about the her staying in and the unity when we have a lot of problems here and abroad?
Well, she's got every right to stay in as long as she wants. I know from experience the hardest decision is not getting into the race, it's getting out. It's very painful to make the decision to leave the race. You put your heart, your soul, your time, your money, you've exposed your family to extraordinary difficulties, and it's hard to leave. I understand all that. But at some point, you also look at yourself and say, if I stay in this, what happens to even my personal debt situation? Because people are running up expenses for you. The campaign is over, and you know who they look to pay it? You personally. There is no campaign. It's over. I told people in Iowa 8 years ago I had to leave the campaign trail because of illness. And everybody was like, oh, what's wrong? I said, yeah, the voters were sick of me. I had to leave. So there does come that moment at which you look at the mirror and you say, it ain't happening. And you dust it off and say, I've done my best. And I think that's what Nikki's got to make the decision to do. I want to say this about Trump. Listening to him over the last few weeks, and it's been consistent the last few weeks, he has been remarkable in his pitch-perfect approach to what he's saying and the way he is saying it. He's looking forward, not backward. He's talking about what he wants to do for America. He's not relitigating the last election. It's a significantly strong Donald Trump that I think if he stays on this track, he's unbeatable, not just for the primary. I think he's unbeatable in November.
Governor, and John, I want to bring you in a second, but I want to jump in here because there's some breaking news from the South Korean Joint Chiefs of Staff. They're reporting that a North Korean cruise missile was just launched toward the Yellow Sea. Obviously, these are early reports. We're trying to get on top of exactly what's happening there. But I bring this to the conversation, Governor, because we've been mentioning that it's a dangerous world, all these problems here at home. And the idea is to beat Joe Biden in a general election, get Donald Trump, would be his case that he's been making at these rallies, back into power when the world was a much more peaceful place. It doesn't seem like it'd be an accident that North Korea would be doing this in the middle of our political season.
Absolutely they wouldn't. And the reason is because they're afraid of Trump. Not just the North Koreans, but the Russians. They wouldn't have gone into Ukraine like they did. Putin wouldn't have done it. And would there have been an October 7th? I don't think so, because Iran was basically being bankrupted by the Trump policies. Under Biden, they suddenly got rich again with oil money they could sell. They couldn't do it when Trump was in office. Now, they may not like Trump. In fact, I think they hate his guts. But they're scared of him. They're afraid what he might do. And here's the interesting thing. People were afraid of Reagan. And those are the only two presidents really in my lifetime that didn't get us involved in a shooting war. So we might want to think about that the world is a safer place when you have a president that the rest of the world is a little bit worried about and afraid of.
Yeah, two of the things that undercut Nikki Haley's kind of message recently, the chaos that you talked about, that we're seeing right now, we didn't see that chaos on the foreign policy stage with Donald Trump, and the fact that she could beat Donald Trump in a general election campaign. We saw the polls constantly changing over the last several weeks where Donald Trump is growing and gaining and overtaking Joe Biden in a lot of these national polls, especially in, I think, 5 out of the 6 key swing states now. Donald Trump has a lead over Joe Biden in those polls. And that took the wind out of Nikki Haley's sails. No matter how many times she or Chris Sununu told us that they had the wind in their sails, the poll numbers said otherwise. And I think we were starting to see some activity at the Trump campaign. People starting to cheer. Yeah, there's a little bit of cheering at Newsmax and others calling this race. Governor, your reaction to John's question, sir?
Well, I think Governor Sununu, good guy, but I think he needs to talk to the weatherman. The winds have definitely shifted, and they're blowing a different direction. So fire the meteorologist. He picked it wrong this time. No, the fact is Donald Trump is on a roll. I don't see any way that somebody can overcome him at this point. And if Nikki's money is primarily coming from the never-Trumpers and the hardcore big Democrat donors, I'm not sure that that's the platform that is a winning platform for a Republican Party that has moved on past the establishment Republicans that no longer want to be run by people who don't like them. And a lot of working class people who now really are the makeup of the Republican Party, they don't want this party to be led by the globalists, the CEOs of multinational corporations who basically hold working class people in contempt.
Yeah, to quote Bob Dylan, you don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows, but Chris Sununu and Nikki Haley apparently do in New Hampshire anyway. Yeah, and I do think the tone of Donald Trump's speeches, and if we're about to hear one very soon, has been very magnanimous. He's been very, across, reaching over. Even when we saw Ron DeSantis drop out over the weekend, which, as you just alluded to, very hard decision. He gave him credit for running a good race here. Ronna McDaniel also is on the record saying that if Trump wins tonight, that the voters are saying there's a clear, sense here of he is going to. There's a coalescence behind him, and I think when we look ahead. We had our reporter in Nevada, too. There is just one pitfall after another waiting for Nikki Haley. But, Governor, when we look also to what she may say tonight, if she comes out and says this is still, a two-person race that she's winning, I just how does she, spin this evening from the podium? What would you expect her team to come out and say? Because, obviously, they're playing CNN, we did note, in her room there. The independent voters will feel like they got something close, the big media.
I think she's got to be honest. I'm not sure that she will be, but the honest speech would be to say, we underperformed. I'm going to keep going because I think people deserve a chance, and so I'm going to give them a choice. And that's her message. But if she comes out and pretends that she won, then I think it makes her look silly. And quite frankly, someone ought to go up and interrupt her and hand her a participation trophy and say, thank you so much for playing the game, but it's over. And you can now go get your pizza, and thank you very much, and here's your participation trophy. It's over.
There you go. It's over. The message from Governor Mike Huckabee. Governor, we appreciate you giving us some time. Your insight is appreciated as always,
Thank you, Governor.
sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Great to be with you guys.
All right, good to be with you. Real quick,
you.
a statement has just come in from the Make America Great Again PAC. This is not directly the Trump campaign. Taylor Budowich, who's the CEO of the Make America Great Again, he's a political advisor. Nikki Haley said she's running to stop the re-election of Harris Biden, yet without a viable path to victory, every day she stays in this race is another day she delivers to the Harris Biden campaign. It's time for unity, the word you used a moment ago. It's time to take the fight to the Democrats. And for Nikki Haley, it's time to drop out. So, John, they're being direct about it.
Yeah, they're being direct about it. It's interesting you mentioned Ronna McDaniel earlier. She is under a lot of pressure, I think, right now, and the pressure will continue because this is clearly seen as a Donald Trump victory, not so much as a Republican Party victory. He's remade the entire party in his image. And just like there are questions about Nikki Haley's path forward, I think there are also questions about Ronna McDaniel's path forward with Trump fully in control of the party right now.
Well, the debates were not the best moment here, and she got a lot of flack for that.
By the way, Carrie Lake's got a statement. I won't read every one of these, but to give you an idea, there's going to be a pile on now and a rush to see who's supporting Mr. Trump quicker. Carrie Lake is running for Senate. It's been talked about as a potential VP. She's saying the primary's over. There's going to be, they might let the former president be the unifier, as you've been saying, as he was magnanimous after Iowa, and not try to force her out. Let others on the outside say, hey, this is over. You don't have a path.
And listen, I think that when you have a lot of donor money and you're able to kind of keep going, but the one thing that if you are conservative and you're a Republican, are you waiting to see what happens to Donald Trump in all these court cases?
Yeah.
That's not going to sit too well, whether or not you're MAGA or not, because I think most Americans are seeing the lawfare, the weaponization. We're seeing DA Fani Willis, who's basically accused of laundering money, and her special prosecutor married boyfriend was at a meeting with White House counsel. Like, what is going on? So if you're waiting to see something happens with Trump, that's just going to leave a really bad tasting.
You're going to be seen as part of the problem, not as part of the solution.
And just like Ron DeSantis had all his chips in on the table in Iowa, Nikki Haley kind of had the same thing in New Hampshire.
That's right.
And, Iowa was Ron DeSantis' Waterloo, and it looks like New Hampshire will be Nikki Haley's.
There we go. And we shall see once she gets to her podium there on the bottom. We'll go there live. And in Nashua, you see the Trump podium and his victory headquarters. And it is a victory headquarters. Everyone calls it that. But in this case, he's right.
It is. So much ahead. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with so much live coverage right here, New Hampshire primaries, only on N2.
Will you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet? You may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report. How to boost your Social Security and retirement by at least $100,000 or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online today. Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
Stop whitening your smile the old-fashioned way with strips and trays that can take 30 minutes to an hour. I'm Jonathan Greenhut, the CEO of PowerSwabs. When I met Dr. Ginniker and he introduced me to PowerSwabs and I saw how effective they were and how easy they were to use, I knew we had to share it with the world. PowerSwabs was clinically studied to whiten natural teeth as well as stain caps, crowns, and veneers. It's so effective, it works on stains caused by coffee, tea, red wine, and and even smoking. For those of you who have that one stained tooth, Power Swabs can target that area using swab precision.
I was actually able to take the swab and really get through some of those areas that are kind of like untreated. I can immediately see the shades getting brighter and brighter, or whiter and whiter.
Order Power Swabs and receive up to 50% off the retail price. And as an added bonus, get a free quick stick pen with your order. Dial the number on your screen today.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can, with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
All right, welcome back to our special live coverage of the New Hampshire primaries. John Bachman, Ed Henry, Bianca de la Garza with you. On your screen, you see the podium where we expect Donald Trump to come out victorious in just a little while. On the right-hand side of your screen, Nikki Haley looks like she is coming to the podium. Yes, it looks like Nikki Haley. So let's go ahead and listen in and hear what she has to say.
What a great night. God is so good all the time. Thank you, New Hampshire, for the love, the kindness, the support, and a great night here tonight. Thank you so much. I want to first say thank you to my husband, who I know is watching right now. I love you. We're excited to have you. Thank you. I want to thank my kids who are here, Rena and Naylan and Josh, who have really kind of stepped up and just given me the support I need. You know, you really pull on your family when something like this happens, and I am incredibly blessed by their support. I have my parents at home, and I will always say that the way they raised me, to know that we lived in the best country in the world, but to also know that the best way you appreciate your blessings is to give back. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I love you so much. To my siblings, to my in-laws, to everybody back at home, to Vicki for helping me take care of Mom and Dad. Thank you for that. You know, I will tell you, it feels like it's been a lifetime, but it has been almost a year that we've been campaigning in New Hampshire, touching every hand, answering every question, being the last person to leave. And we had the most amazing thing happen is the second that we got the endorsement from Governor Chris Sununu. I mean, a true governor that doesn't stand behind a podium. He shows up at a diner. He shows up at the brewery. He loves the people of New Hampshire. He has been with me every single day at every single event. Chris, I couldn't have done it without you. And I want to thank someone who was with me on day one. He's a patriot. He's a hardcore conservative. And he is my friend, General Don Bolduc and Sharon, thank you so, so much. I want to congratulate Donald Trump on his victory tonight. He earned it, and I want to acknowledge that. Now, you've all heard the chatter among the political class. They're falling all over themselves, saying this race is over. It's not over. Well, I have news for all of them. New Hampshire is first in the nation. It is not the last in the nation. This race is far from over. There are dozens of states left to go. And the next one is my sweet state of South Carolina. At one point in this campaign, there were 14 of us running, and we were at 2% in the polls. Well, I'm a fighter. And I'm scrappy. And now we're the last one standing next to Donald Trump. And today we got close to half of the vote. We still have a ways to go, but we keep moving up. For a lot of people, politics is way too personal. It's not personal for me. I voted for Trump twice. I was proud to serve America in his cabinet. I agree with many of his policies. I decided to run because I'm worried about the future of our country and because it's time to put the negativity and chaos behind us. We have an economy that's crushing middle-class Americans. We have a border that is totally open and dangerous, creating a disaster in our country. Unbelievable! We have schools that are failing too many of our children, and we have a world on fire with a war in Europe and the Middle East and a huge and growing threat from China. And then you look at Washington, D.C. We have a Congress that fights about everything and accomplishes nothing. And we have Joe Biden in the White House making one bad decision after another, when he's making any decisions at all. Our country's in a real mess. We need an accountant. And the question is, who's going to fix it? With Donald Trump, Republicans have lost almost every competitive election. We lost the Senate. We lost the House. We lost the White House. We lost in 2018. We lost in 2020. And we lost in 2022. The worst kept secret in politics is how badly the Democrats want to run against Donald Trump.
Trump's a loser! He's a loser!
They know Trump is the only Republican in the country who Joe Biden can defeat. You can't fix the mess if you don't win an election.
We want to win!
A Trump nomination is a Biden win and a Kamala Harris presidency.
Dump Trump!
I defeat Biden handily. With Donald Trump, you have one bout of chaos after another. This court case, that controversy, this tweet, that senior moment. You can't fix Joe Biden's chaos with Republican chaos. The other day, Donald Trump accused me of not providing security at the Capitol on January 6th. Now, I've long called for mental competency tests for politicians over the age of 75. Trump claims he'd do better than me in one of those tests. Maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. But if he thinks that, then he should have no problem standing on a debate stage with me. Most Americans do not want a rematch between Biden and Trump. The first party to retire its 80-year-old candidate is going to be the party that wins this election. And I think it should be the Republicans that win this election. So our fight is not over, because we have a country to save. In the next 2 months, millions of voters in over 20 states will have their say. We should honor them and allow them to vote. And guess what? In the next 2 months, Joe Biden isn't going to get any younger or any better. We'll have all the time we need to defeat Joe Biden.
Nikki Haley finishes second. She's trying to grab the narrative, obviously, guys. There was a sweet moment at the beginning. She did congratulate President Trump on his victory, said he earned it, but then made it very clear she's going nowhere, said New Hampshire's first in the nation. It's not last in the nation. Dozens of states to go. She's factually correct, and said this race is far from over. But then you have people in the crowd shouting, Trump's a loser, and all this negativity within the party. It seemed to strike a weird tone.
And also she went right back into kind of her stock campaign speech. Can't replace Democratic chaos with Republican chaos. She hit Donald Trump for his age. Called him out for not debating her. These are all things that we've heard before. No new real spin on this, other than the fact that she acknowledged that she lost in the state of New Hampshire, which was supposed to be her best state.
I mean, why would Donald Trump debate? I mean, it made no sense for her strategy. And she's the one who canceled debates in New Hampshire, wouldn't get on a stage with Ron DeSantis. So
immediately after Iowa.
A little hypocritical there. She did say she's a fighter and she's scrappy. She said, she agreed with a lot of Donald Trump's policies, but she also said she wouldn't run against him, and here we are tonight. So she's in it. She's staying in it.
No doubt. She's not going anywhere for now. Real quick, about 24% of the vote in Donald Trump. He's already been projected the winner by Newsmax, as we told you earlier. But right now he's got about a 6-point lead over Nikki Haley. So we'll continue to watch the results. Let's check in at Trump campaign headquarters in Nashua. Our senior correspondent John Huddy is there to get some reaction to what we just heard from Nikki Haley, maybe get a preview of when we might hear from Mr. Trump. A little early for Nikki Haley, but she seems to be trying to set a narrative. John, what are you hearing?
Yeah, well, first of all, when Nikki Haley came up on the monitors, there was a big boo that went out through the audience. But not everybody dislikes her. I've talked to a number of people that do respect Nikki Haley. They respect Donald Trump more. They want his policies. They want him back in office. So really, that's what we're hearing. There's obviously a very high energy here. People excited about the victory. Not exactly too surprised, because we knew that Donald Trump was leading. There were some polls that said, showed that they were very close leading up to this point, but then some of the more recent polls showed he was pulling away, as we've been reporting. And I've talked to a number of people who are concerned about that. There are several real hot button issues here. One, the economy. People continue to be concerned about the economy and the disaster, they say, under the Biden administration. And two, border security, the immigration issue, the border crisis. I heard from a county commissioner who represents Merrimack County, which includes Concord, which is the largest county here in New Hampshire, who said drugs, the ravages of fentanyl is a huge issue here in New Hampshire, as it was with the opioid epidemic. So this continues to be a major point of discussion, and they feel that the folks here and the supporters of Donald Trump here in the state feel that his policies will result in solutions to many of these issues. That said, though, we know that Nikki Haley's campaign is looking past New Hampshire. We already knew that even before, guys, the numbers started coming in, because her campaign manager sent out a memo this morning essentially rallying the troops, saying they're looking past New Hampshire, see you in South Carolina, and I'm quoting here, but take a deep breath. And then this memo went on to say that this is the only start. This is only the beginning, that there's New Hampshire, there's then South Carolina, and there's not only the independent voters here that the Haley campaign was focused on, but also that they're targeting throughout the rest of the country as well. But that said, there's obviously a lot of energy here, as we're hearing that former President Trump is going to be arriving possibly within maybe the next 30 minutes, or at least within the hour. Guys, back to you.
That is a great update on the timing of it. Before we let you go, real quick, John Huddy, Governor Chris Sununu has been crisscrossing the state. Nikki Haley thanked him. You know very well, as we all do, Donald Trump has been going from a courtroom to a campaign trail. The fact that she's bringing up age still and they're attacking him, I'm sure that's something the folks in that room would disagree with very strongly, about his energy,
stamina,
fever, vigor.
Yeah.
I mean, he's nonstop.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Jason. Well, he is. And when you think about not only being on the campaign trail, but also the legal issues and going to court in New York and then coming to New Hampshire, I mean, it is pretty incredible. And playing golf and getting rounds of golf in, too. The guy does have energy. And Jason Miller, who I spoke with a little bit earlier this evening, told me that there are serious concerns about President Biden's age. And that remains a major concern. It's something that Nikki Haley has brought up within recent weeks, going into the Iowa caucuses. So that's obviously a huge concern. You know, I know that Chris Sununu brought that up about Donald Trump, but you know, that's not something that anybody here, I can tell you that, is really concerned about.
Yeah. All right, John Huddy live for us at the Trump campaign headquarters in New Hampshire. John, keep us posted on when we can expect the president to come to the stage. John telling us between 30 minutes and an hour, but we will be watching very closely.
Thanks, John. Maybe we'll see some dance moves, too.
From John or the former president?
Oh, I'll take both, but
right,
yeah.
Maybe a little of both. All right. All right, before we go to break real quick, President Trump has won big in Iowa and now New Hampshire, and it's now looking like he will be the Republican nominee, despite what Nikki Haley thinks. But he still has a big decision to make, picking a vice presidential running mate. A number of names are being floated. Nikki Haley, maybe, Ron DeSantis, Ben Carson. There are some other names in the mix as well. And now Newsmax is conducting a national poll asking you what you think. Who should Donald Trump pick to be his vice presidential nominee? It just takes seconds to vote in the poll. We'll share the results on Newsmax and with President Trump. So vote now and let your voice be heard. Just text us and we will send you the link and you can vote right away.
There you go.
All right.
Get it on your phone. Much more ahead. Our special coverage of the New Hampshire primary rolls on. About 25% of the vote in. It's already been called for that man, former President Donald Trump. Expect him to speak next half hour or so. Don't go anywhere. N2 will be here all night long.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
This is where I plan to retire, but planning for that day is nerve-wracking. Everything is getting expensive. Inflation is the highest we've seen in 40 years. So, how do you protect your money, your retirement, your savings? Well, you know me, I like to call in the experts. That's why I called American Hartford Gold, and you should too. They can show you how to safeguard your hard-earned savings against inflation by helping you diversify your portfolio with physical gold and silver. Now could be the best time to learn more about gold and silver and acquire your safe haven assets. When you're ready, put your trust in American Hartford Gold. They will even help you protect your IRA or 401k with precious metals. So don't wait. Call them now. Call 866-439-1444 or text NEWSMAX to 998899. Protect your nest egg with gold and silver today.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
It's about the truth. It's about a fair playing field and fair opportunities.
I know that I'm not the only girl who has missed out on opportunities. There are countless other girls.
It's about biological reality and common sense, and ultimately, it's about the rights of women being trampled.
It's not just that girls are able to compete in athletics, it's that girls are able to go to college. If I didn't have the scholarship I had, I wouldn't be going to the school I'm going to.
Rewriting our laws to ignore the truth of what it means to be male and female has consequences beyond a single issue. Female athletes, parents, healthcare providers are under threat by institutions enforcing this radical gender ideology.
When biological differences between men and women are ignored, it is women who suffer the most. Alliance Defending Freedom is leading the fight to protect women's sports, but to continue, we need the help of friends like you. For just $19 a month, you can join ADF's Frontline for Freedom. As a Frontline for Freedom partner, your $19 monthly gift will help Alliance Defending Freedom continue to protect the rights and opportunities of women and girls.
It's highly upsetting to realize that no matter how hard we train and how hard we try, we will never be competitive with someone who's biologically a man.
Your $19 monthly gift helps us boldly advance freedom in our generation and for generations to come. Build our legal team and expand our services. Defend more faithful Americans in courtrooms. Litigate more cases all the way to the Supreme Court. And ensure that no client ever pays a dime for us to defend them.
There's a growing movement to defend the reality that men and women are different, and women deserve fair and safe competition. ADF has been leading the charge in court, and the vast majority of the American people are with us.
It's time to restore fairness to women's sports, but we can't do it without the help of partners like you. Call now or go online to standwithadf.org and help defend freedom today.
Back to Newsmax 2 special live coverage of the New Hampshire primary. We've already projected Donald J. Trump has won the state of New Hampshire. The question now is by how much? And what happens with the rest of this race? Part of that question was just answered when Nikki Haley came out. She's finished second. She acknowledged that. She congratulated Donald Trump on her victory, and in the next breath said, "I'm not going anywhere." This race, quote, is far from over. There's dozens of states to go. She's staying in. And guys, since we hit the break, I see that former President Trump was on Truth Social giving a play-by-play of all of this. He doesn't look happy.
No.
He won, but he's saying Haley said she had to win, all caps, in New Hampshire, and she didn't. Then goes on to say she's delusional, all caps, and she came in third last week. Because remember, she tried to also project that it was a two-person race when she came in third. He's not happy.
No, he's not.
He wants this to be over.
He's going to be taking the stage in Nashua very soon. Our John Huddy just gave us a ground report, expecting that in the next 10 or 15 minutes. We're watching that very closely. But yes, Donald Trump truthing vigorously this evening here. Let's bring in our senior political analyst, former Pennsylvania Senator, Senator Rick Santorum. All right, so give us your reaction to Nikki Haley's comments about staying in. New Hampshire is first, but they are not last. She certainly has the money to continue on, but some say for the sake of unity, she maybe should be thinking about winding it down, Senator.
Yeah, I understand that, but I also understand that you get out of a presidential race for one reason and one reason only, and that has been the case for every presidential candidate in the modern era. And you get out when the money's gone. If she has the money, that means she has support, and if she has support, then there's no reason for her to try to not move forward. So I understand what she's doing. I agree with everybody and agree with President Trump that she doesn't seem to have a path to victory. But that doesn't necessarily mean you can't run. If you look at, I remember, my race in 2012, right after New Hampshire, guess what everyone was saying? Mitt Romney won Iowa and won New Hampshire. Well, he ended up losing Iowa later, but that night he won both. Everybody should get out. And so this is sort of the typical call. If you're ahead in the race, you want everybody out of the race because you want to keep your money and you don't want to have to fight within the party. I get it. But she has every right to continue, and if she has the financial support to do so, and she does have her home state coming up, I think there's very high likelihood she's going to be humiliated very badly in her home state, but she has the right to run.
Yeah, Nikki Haley may have seen her shadow. 6 more weeks, I guess, of this type of negative campaigning. She completely glossed over the fact that actually Nevada is next, Senator. She's not, I don't think, on the ballot there.
She's not on the Nevada ballot.
Yeah, so there's that. But she's now staking her whole entire reputation, basically, on her home state of South Carolina. And it actually looks to be a more formidable state than New Hampshire. What do you think she can expect in South Carolina?
The numbers look terrible. Her results tonight are, I would argue that she came out when she was, I think Ed said she was down 6, and some of the other networks I was looking at, that she was down 7, 8, 9, something like that, pretty much single digits. My sense is, if it was me, and I've been in those shoes before. I ran in 30 primaries against Mitt Romney in 2012, so I had a lot of these decision nights as to when to go out and why to go out. I would go out if I thought I was going to lose that night. I would go out when the tally looked as good as that I thought it would look the whole night.
Yeah.
And so she may end up losing by more than that. But when she went out, she was, she could say it was close. Or at least relatively close. So I think she feels like that she has money. She has some enthusiasm from making a good run here in New Hampshire, and she will continue on to South Carolina.
But money from whom and support from whom? Because we were watching, obviously New Hampshire's, a very independent, state, and we get that. But Reid Hoffman, Democratic donor, she also uses comments like Trump's endorsements are from the political class. She even said the media elite. I don't think that there's a media elite backing Donald Trump, if anything. As a true conservative, though, should people be looking at Nikki Haley and saying it's a lot of Democrats that are supporting her and trying to infiltrate this?
I always felt, when I ran, I think if you talk to Mike Huckabee, he would tell you the same, that the moderate donor class in New York and Chicago and Los Angeles, et cetera, are all, establishment folks who disagree with a lot of the base on a lot of these core issues. So that's really nothing new. The fact that she's getting maybe some Democratic money, I don't doubt that. I mean, the Democrats, want Nikki Haley to be in this race as long as possible. They don't want her to win. I don't think they want her to win. They don't think she's going to win. But I think they'd like to see her challenge Trump and keep him focused on the primary instead of focusing all his attention on Joe Biden.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Senator, just update the numbers, 28% of the vote in. It's back around where you suggested, an 8-point lead for Donald Trump. Again, still pretty early with 28%. We'll follow it throughout the night.
Yeah, again, I would make the argument, based on what we were seeing as far as some of these poll predictions, that it could be a big blowout. 8 points is a very solid win. I didn't have too many 8-point wins when I was running for office. So it's a great win, but it sort of passes the test that she's competitive. And so I think she feels like she has the foundation which to go on.
There you go. Senator, we appreciate your insights always. Thank you, Senator Rick Santorum, for joining us. Let's keep this.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Let's keep it rolling and bring in former Florida Attorney General, longtime advisor to former President Trump, Pam Bondi. Pam, welcome to Newsmax 2. You're the first Trump ally that we've had on. There you are, checking the light. It looks good. Nice to have you. Since Nikki Haley spoke, she came out and said, I'm not going anywhere. The former president's on Truth Social, not too happy at the fact that she's not getting out. What say you, my friend?
Well, I say that Ron DeSantis did the right thing. I think what I'm hearing right now from Nikki Haley is shocking when she's bragging about South Carolina, when you've got Governor Henry McMaster endorsing Donald Trump, Attorney General Alan Wilson, who worked with Nikki Haley when she was governor, endorsing Donald Trump. You've got both United States senators from South Carolina, Tim Scott, Lindsey Graham, endorsing Donald Trump. You've got Nancy Mace, you've got plenty of other congressmen and women endorsing Donald Trump. I don't know how she explains that away in her home state. I'd be pretty embarrassed if I was running in Florida and all of my fellow electeds were endorsing someone else.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Well, it's clear she's going to stay in. Donald Trump was speaking earlier to our Mike Carter in Londonderry and says he doesn't care if she stays in. Obviously, he's focused. He's got his base. They're there tonight in Nashua, New Hampshire. Pam, what do you think of Donald Trump? Obviously, now he also still will be battling courtroom to campaign as this wages on. But I want to get your reaction, too, to some of the stuff we're seeing come out of Georgia with Fani Willis. It really does put a different spotlight on where these cases may go and some of the weaponization that we have been, concerned about.
Bianca, it really does. And as a career prosecutor, that should be so frightening to every human being. I mean, she is the DA. She was allegedly having an affair with the guy that she hired to prosecute Donald Trump. She's denying the affair, but regardless, she traveled to some island with him. He paid for her trip there. I mean, that's a clear conflict, So it shows the weaponization. And, remember, when they raided Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump's ratings went up. He went up in the poll numbers like you would not believe. Now people are seeing what Fani Willis is doing. They're seeing what Jack Smith is doing. They're seeing the weaponization of this all over the country of Donald Trump. And I think it's just solidifying that he's going to be our nominee and he's going to be our next president. Because what has he always said, guys? He said, they're not coming after me. They're coming after you, and I'm standing in the way. And if they can do this to Donald Trump, they can do this to any American, and that should frighten all of us.
Yeah, going back to what we were saying about Nikki Haley's speech tonight, a lot of we heard it already throughout the week on the campaign trail. But one of the things that she's going to have to reckon when she gets to South Carolina is that, as you mentioned, General Bondi, Donald Trump is going to have all these South Carolinians on stage with him, kind of a multiplication factor of what we saw on the stage in New Hampshire. Nikki Haley tried to tell people in New Hampshire that Donald Trump, quote, has got the entire political elite around him. It's all of Congress. It's all these legislative people. He's got the media elite around him. But you know what? I never wanted them. Never. And I think that kind of goes to this delusional aspect that we've heard. As a politician running for office, you have to build the coalition around you. You want the people that used to work with you supporting you on stage, and she has nothing to say for that once she does get to South Carolina.
Yeah, and that's truly an insult to Governor McMaster, to Alan Wilson, to Lindsey Graham, to Tim Scott, to everyone in South Carolina who voted for all these folks by an overwhelming margin. She's saying they don't matter. They're not elitist. They're all the electeds in her home state, and many of them worked with her when she was governor. So I think that speaks volumes. I feel like she's empowered tonight, not going to last long.
There we go. Pam Bondi, we appreciate your time. We'll soon hear from the former president himself. In the meantime, we appreciate your insights as always. We'll also,
thanks, Pam.
Thank you. Take a quick break. Check in with some of our reporters. There's still a Democrat race, quote unquote, going on. We'll check in on that. How about we take a quick break and see what's happening with Joe Biden? Embarrassment or not?
That's a good tease.
Seems likely.
There you go.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better.
better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Attention Medicare customers with diabetes. Now you can stop the painful pricking of your fingers with a continuous glucose monitor. And they're covered by Medicare if you qualify. Call right now for free information.
My son was always a happy-go-lucky kid. Never said anything bad about anybody or anything. He was 25 when he got injured. You walk into this intensive care room and you don't even recognize.
The need for Wounded Warrior Project continues. Your support is even more important now because the greatest casualty is being forgotten.
It was a real hard time for us. And in walks Wounded Warrior Project. That's right there is where everything started changing.
Warriors like Eric, who sacrificed so much for us, need to know that we won't leave them behind. Our donors helped Eric's family receive programs and services that rebuilt their lives. Please join those who are already faithfully giving. Call or go online with your gift of just $19 a month.
Eric's come a long ways, and he doesn't give up, do you? You just keep fighting and pushing forward.
My dad's in a wheelchair because he's injured, and he was in the war. He's caring, thoughtful, loving, and he's a good dad.
My life is not what I planned, but Wounded Warrior Project has helped me get past the pain and negativity.
Please, call or go online with your gift of $19 a month, and we'll send you this Wounded Warrior Project blanket as a thank you.
That's a very powerful logo. One warrior carried another one off the battlefield. The way I see it is the people of this nation carried that warrior.
Please, give a little to those who gave so much for us.
Welcome back to our live special coverage of the New Hampshire primary. It's already been called for former President Donald Trump. Newsmax called that about an hour or so ago. He's going to win the New Hampshire primary. It depends, just now depends on how much. Ed Henry here with John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza. I'm trying to look at the latest numbers, and it looks like with about 31% in, he still has that 8-point lead.
Yes, and Nikki Haley came out and spoke addressing supporters there, saying she is staying in the race. But how about the Democratic side of things?
So let's check in with our correspondent, Addison Smith. He's at Dean Phillips' campaign headquarters. Last I looked, Addison, he had about 20% in the early go here. Maybe a stronger night than many anticipated, 24% by our calculation, still counting votes. And Biden has barely beat him. They're still processing those write-in ballots. Addison, what are you seeing on the ground, my friend?
Yeah, so Dean Phillips just now, seconds ago, wrapping up his concession speech, congratulating President Biden for his win in New Hampshire, but saying, hey, we've only been at this for 10 weeks and we got 20% of the vote. We got into a closer margin than previous incumbents have gotten for Biden. So Biden had a poorer performance than past incumbents in the state of New Hampshire. That said, Dean Phillips not dropping out of the race, saying he is not done yet. He's going to keep going, and congratulating Donald Trump on his win as well. And he said he hopes to see a Nikki Haley, Dean Phillips matchup. Of course, that's going to be a long shot in November. But again, Dean Phillips just wrapping up here and trying to see if there's any voters that we could talk to here, get their reactions to Dean Phillips staying in this race. You know, he's one of the wealthiest members of Congress. He's bankrolled a lot of his campaign, and so he definitely has the means. A lot of people willing to raise money for Dean Phillips as well. Let's see. Hey, excuse me, ma'am. Your reaction tonight to Dean Phillips' concessions?
He's great. He's really inspiring. I haven't heard him speak before, but he's awesome. I hope he continues to do well.
How do you think he'll fare? Do you think he'll get better as the primaries progress?
I think so. I like his point that he hasn't been doing this for very long, and he's really got a name in New Hampshire. Everybody that hears him is sort of impressed. I think he'll do well.
What's your favorite thing about Dean?
He's talking about bringing people together and people being kind to each other and solving the problems that affect everybody and those less fortunate. So I think that's great. Somebody needs to stick up for people like that.
Thank you very much. So there you have it, guys. Still a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of energy in the building. Again, people are now making their way out the door. Dean Phillips going to keep hitting the campaign trail.
All right, Addison Smith, appreciate that report. Much better showing than expected for the congressman. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about Donald Trump's victory and why Nikki Haley is refusing to get out. We're waiting for the former president to come out any moment now in Nashua, New Hampshire. You will not miss a moment of that speech. Quick break. We're back with the best coverage and streaming right here on N2.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394. Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new, clinically proven Legzercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural drug-free way.
After using Legzercise for a week, I felt like I wanted to go for a walk again without pain like I used to.
Legzercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
It's helped with the swelling and the pain. The tingling feeling is gone.
Call right now and order your very own Legzercise Pro, the clinically proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call now.
Abraham Lincoln began the war between the states with a single stated purpose: to preserve the Union. So it's
Vote for America 2024. The New Hampshire Presidential Primary.
Welcome back to N2's live coverage of the New Hampshire Presidential Primary. Live look right there in Nashua. The former President Donald J. Trump will be speaking any moment now. We'll take you there live. You see the American flag's ready, the podium's ready, and there's certainly a lot of cheering fans as well. Ed Henry along with John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza. We called it well over an hour or so. It's a pretty early night in terms of who's going to win. Donald J. Trump projected the winner. He's currently leading by about 8 points. He's kind of held that lead pretty steady throughout the night. And Nikki Haley came out and said, I'm not going anywhere. The former president has been on Truth Social, Bianca, not happy about that. But she's going to stick around. She wants to see how far she can take it. And then we'll hear how he, what his narrative is in a few moments.
Yeah, I mean, she has this war chest, so she's looking forward to South Carolina, her home state. What she does not have there, though, are some of the key endorsements that Donald Trump has. The AG, Governor McMaster, also Senators Lindsey Graham, Tim Scott, I mean, Nancy Mace endorsement. So, yes, Trump is not happy. He's been truthing about her being delusional. And she's come out on the attack in her speech tonight saying that his age and the chaos. So more threads we'll hear from her staying on that.
And you see those numbers bouncing around, John. 8%. Now it's up to an 11-point Trump lead. Still only 30, 40% in. So there's going to be more votes to be counted.
And the thing I can just imagine backstage right now, Donald Trump is kind of polishing his rhetorical cannon, getting ready. You know, he's going to project, you know, an image of victory, of course, of strength. But I imagine there are going to be some zingers in there to rebut what Nikki Haley said.
Well, he was happy warrior, if you will, after Iowa, because it was such a blowout. and maybe maybe the gloves come off because he wants to see her out. Let's check in with our panel. Larry Elder is an author, of course, radio talk show host, The Larry Elder Show, and Erin Perini, Republican strategist. Welcome to both of you.
Hi, guys.
Good evening.
Hey.
Erin, ladies first, what are your thoughts? Donald Trump not too happy. He's happy about the win. A win is a win. Not happy that Nikki Haley hasn't gotten out. How are you seeing this play out?
When we saw Donald Trump win decisively in Iowa, we saw really a uniting speech and one that was meant to move the party forward and bring people together. That does not seem to be the same tone he's going to take this evening, so we'll have to see what it looks like when he gets on stage. To Nikki Haley's speech, what we saw, though, was a little bit of her trying to have it both ways. Look, I'm beating Joe Biden in these polls. But then she doesn't talk about the polls where she's still losing to President Trump throughout the primary. Right now is kind of the best momentum Nikki's going to get when it comes to possibly a strong showing here in New Hampshire. The final numbers still haven't been completely sussed out yet. But she's got almost a full month or more until she gets to South Carolina. So how does she keep this momentum narrative going when Donald Trump is going to be going at her now? And he does have the momentum and the endorsements on his side. So it's going to be a tough road for her even to get to South Carolina, let alone past that.
Larry, one of the things we've been hearing a lot from the Democratic side is how well they're doing when it comes to fundraising. And I wonder if the Trump speech tonight is going to be geared towards kind of that effect and focus on the amount of money that's been spent by both Ron DeSantis' campaign and the super PACs and Nikki Haley and her campaign on these states, money that could be going towards defeating Joe Biden, money that could be going towards ballot harvesting efforts, legal ballot harvesting efforts, get out the vote efforts to further unify the Republican Party.
I think that's precisely what Donald Trump is going to say. He's already talked about how if you are a major donor and you're not on the Trump train, we're going to remember that, meaning you're not going to get your phone calls returned. I think tonight Nikki Haley peaks. I can't see her having a path going forward. She had a primary where a bunch of independents could vote. The New Hampshire biggest newspaper endorsed her. The very popular governor endorsed her. And Chris Christie dropped out. So if she can't win tonight, I don't see how she wins in Nevada. She's not even on the ballot in Nevada. She's not going to win in South Carolina. She's down anywhere from 20 to 40 points, depending upon which poll you read. And then you've got Super Tuesday. So I don't see it. I think she peaks tonight.
Absolutely. That's going to be, I anticipate what the former president will say. Very well said, Larry. Erin as well. We appreciate your time tonight from both of you. We'll check in with you as the night wears on. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, thank you so much. We're waiting for Donald Trump to announce the supporters that have gathered in Nashville. We bring it to you live, but in the meantime, we do want to bring in right now Ken Cuccinelli, the founder of the Never Back Down PAC. Ken, welcome into N2's coverage tonight of the New Hampshire primary. Let's talk a little bit about Nikki Haley as we wait for Donald Trump. The comment she made, she's scrappy, she's a fighter. A lot of people said that about Ron DeSantis. He chose to get out over the weekend. Obviously a tough decision, one that she is not prepared to make. Are you surprised about her strategy moving forward? As we just heard some say, there is no path, and losing her home state will be a slow death.
Well, she never had a path, and it's been demonstrated now. She was talking about a strong second in Iowa, and Ron DeSantis beat her. So, she didn't even pull that off. Tonight you've got a race literally that's flooded with Democrats and independents who really don't have much going on the other side of the ballot. I see in the vote count, we've got like 30 some odd thousand Democrats counted, and that's 40% of their count, and we're over 100,000 on the GOP side, and that's not even a third. So a lot of folks flooded in. You're going to find over the coming days when the data gets parsed, that's where Nikki got whatever bump you might call her getting tonight. The problem she has, if you divide the Republican primary electorate into three buckets, as many have, not just me, into always Trump, no matter what he does, never Trump, no matter what happens, and then the folks in the middle, and it splits about a third, varies by state. Like the never Trump bucket is much bigger in New Hampshire. But that middle third, Nikki Haley doesn't have a path to. These are people who like Trump or his policies, but maybe are ready to move on and consider others. DeSantis did well in this category because he could compete there. There was a path to winning. But what we found is that, first of all, Trump voters like DeSantis a lot, but for many of them, the sentence finishes with but I feel like we have unfinished business. They're coming after him so hard. I feel like we have to stand with him. Very emotional aspects that held up for the president. And, voters from one state to the next aren't a whole lot different. You do get different electorates. Iowa and New Hampshire are different, but you get, as I agree with both Larry and Aaron and your commenters, I think it was John, I'm not sure, earlier, mentioned that the coming states don't look any better for Nikki Haley. I mean, there's a reason she isn't on the ballot in Nevada, because she was going to get crushed. So, the first thing she might win might be Washington, D.C. in the first weekend of March, and I'm not sure that's the one you want to win.
There's another big difference between Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, too, and that's Ron DeSantis has a day job. He needed to get back to Florida. One of the things might be motivating Nikki Haley is she's got nowhere else to go. This is it for her. She's a full-time presidential candidate, and there is nothing to fall back on. So why not ride this out as long as you can? Because after it's over...
Is that like George on Seinfeld when he just showed up at the Yankees and wouldn't leave? You kind of just stick around, you hang around.
I think it's more like when Kramer just kept driving the car on empty, waiting to see how far it was going to go. I think it's... but I do appreciate the Seinfeld analogies.
Ken?
Yeah, and look, Governor DeSantis recognized we'd played the first game, if you will, and we saw how the Iowa voters responded. We know there's similarities to other Republican voters. And look, unlike the liberals in this party, like Nikki Haley, conservatives face reality. They don't deny it. And Ron DeSantis said, look, there isn't a path here. That's a realistic assessment. He was well-liked throughout the campaign, even at the end. For those he was not their first choice, he was overwhelmingly their second. He leaves this race in a very good and popular position. And as you pointed out, he has a day job where for conservatives like me, he is the most successful conservative chief executive in our lifetimes, president or governor. On virtually every issue conservatives have cared about, he has made major life-changing headway in Florida and frankly led other states in that direction. So he has a lot to go back to, a lot to be proud of, but he also still has work yet to do. And I fully expect to see the next 3 years of his gubernatorial time as successful as the first 5. And I think at that point, he'll be well teed up, positioned. Whether he proceeds to pursue the White House in 2028, we don't know, but he'll be well positioned as the leading, most accomplished conservative in the country at that point.
He certainly knows his way around Iowa.
Yes, and it feels like right now a lot of the folks feel like Donald Trump has unfinished business to do and running on a record there. We saw a report where Ronna McDaniel said even tonight on the ground in New Hampshire that, it does look like the voters are sending a message that he will be the candidate. I do want to get your reaction to some things that Nikki Haley said also about the political elite behind Trump. And also she said earlier today or yesterday that there's the media elite around Donald Trump. I mean, some of the things she's using as her talking points be the age and the chaos. I just think it's going forward. Not only they're going to be they're hard to swallow for conservatives who see the complete 180. They don't see somebody who's frail out there. They see someone bouncing around from a courtroom to a campaign trail, Ken.
Well, look, he has his weaknesses, but the fact of the matter is for Nikki Haley to be talking about other people being supported by elites is a little ridiculous.
Right.
I mean, she's got large Democrat donors funding her effort and supporting this. And she is a throwback. I've continually thought of the Obama quip to Romney. The 1980s have called and they want their foreign policy back. My thought with Nikki Haley is the Bush era has called and they want their Republicans back. And there's Nikki Haley. She fits perfectly with the corporatist pro-war history 20 years ago of the GOP. That's not the working class, strong but reserved foreign policy that the Republican electorate, and frankly a good chunk of the Democrat electorate, has signaled that they have moved to, because that's better for America. It is more focused on making Americans a priority, and she just does not represent that.
Yeah. Let us just reset for a moment, Ken. You're looking at that podium there on the right. Donald J. Trump expected to come out any moment now. Pardon me, we're getting some guidance that it may be getting closer. If we interrupt, it's only to bring his speech live. I want to ask you a serious question in the meantime about party unity that you've been talking about with the whole team here. And Ron DeSantis, as you suggested at the top, did the right thing, saw the writing on the wall, and got out on Sunday and endorsed former President Trump. But then, you know, in the last 24 hours, there's this bill circulating in the Florida legislature to maybe pay some of the former president's legal bills. And there was an article that was retweeted by Governor DeSantis that said, yeah, folks support it, except the guy who's got the veto pen. And some read that as vindictive, that he just endorsed the man. Look, but go ahead. I want to give you a chance. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, look, it's ridiculous for taxpayers in a state to absorb his legal bills. He's not helping other people pay their legal bills. Let's just be blunt. This is kind of everyone on their own is the way this has played out. And look, I've donated to nonprofits who are supporting folks in these circumstances. But I think that was extremely unreasonable. And he compared it, if I remember correctly, to paying for public defenders. We don't pay for public defenders for people who can afford them, even when the government is charging them with crimes. So, you know, I thought that was a very appropriate comparison as a simple philosophical matter. And remember, this guy was the only ideological conservative left in the race. Mm-hmm. He is a principled constitutional conservative. It's how he makes decisions and it's how he leads. It isn't personal to the people on the other side, whether it's, you know, Disney or whoever rises up on the other side of these issues. In this case, there's an implication that he's out, you know, taking a shot at Trump. I don't see that at all. And I see this as very consistent with how he has governed in the criminal justice and in the legal arena in Florida and, frankly, in the spending arena. So fair enough. I don't think you're going to see him taking shots. He's already taken shots at Biden and Haley. I think that's what you can expect to continue from Ron DeSantis.
Do you think if Nikki had gone on a debate stage with Ron DeSantis last week in New Hampshire, he would have stayed in the race? We might be in a different position.
Well, he would have done the debate and would have been a slaughter for Nikki again. I mean, she was getting worse at the debates as time went on, not better, I think. And people were seeing, you know, Ron DeSantis manhandles the media in Florida. He did nationally as well. He does well in debating. He's not a show horse. He's a workhorse. And he's always phenomenally well prepared for these. I don't think that would have kept him in the race. I think it would have been an opportunity for people in New Hampshire to compare records and to hear about visions in a competitive environment. I think voters expect to hear that. I think that's one of the shortcomings of the Trump campaign. Interestingly, I don't think the Biden team will debate. They might debate. We'll see. But I think they may instead be more cautious. I was going to say conservative, but that doesn't fit here.
No. Keep him in a cocoon.
Guy, and just kind of keep him in the basement because he makes so many more flubs and gaffes than anybody else out there on the political scene.
There you go. Ken Cuccinelli, never back down, Pack. We appreciate your time tonight. Thank you, sir. We'll keep it rolling. Again, we'll go live to the former president as soon as he starts speaking. Guys, let's bring in now a panel with Bill Caruso, Democrat strategist, and Jeffrey Lord, columnist, of course, at the American Spectator. Gentlemen, thanks for coming in.
Good evening. Good evening. Sorry, there's nothing happening out there.
Yeah, it's a little busy tonight. We appreciate your time. Bill, we haven't heard from a Democrat in a little while. Your thoughts on both sides? I think on the Democratic side, there might be a little concern at the White House tonight that while Joe Biden's been projected the winner with his write-in campaign, this pretty unknown Congressman, Dean Phillips, has somewhere between 20-24% of the vote. And then on the Republican side, we have a clear victor in Donald Trump, but Nikki Haley doesn't want to get out. What are your thoughts tonight, sir?
Well, on the Democrat side first, I mean, Phillips has been getting around that number, and I don't really take it that seriously because I don't think the party's looking for a different nominee at this point. I said earlier, if for some reason, and Joe Biden is the nominee and is going to be on the ballot in November, but if that changes for some reason, it's not going to be Dean Phillips. On the
Pardon
Republican
me, Bill,
side,
I hate to do this, but if you look at our screen right now, on the right side at the Trump headquarters, that's George Santos. the ousted congressman who's been on social media. I don't want to be rude, but I think our audience would like to know. He somehow has popped up, and he's probably taking selfies there. He's made some money on Cameo.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't want to disrupt your very scintillating analysis.
Breaking news, George Santos
has entered the chat.
This is what you do when you're waiting for the winner.
We needed to interrupt to point that out.
Yes.
That was important.
There you go, Bill. I just wanted people to see what was happening. But go ahead, pick up your thoughts.
It's like, where's Waldo?
I don't sense he'll be on the ballot. Maybe he's a VP contender. We'll see.
Oh.
As a Democrat, this is the race that Democrats want. I mean, you got to look at where Trump started and where he ended up. Trump beat Hillary Clinton handedly, right? And it was a shock to Democrats. But since that election, since 2016, Trump has lost every election since. And it's not just the presidential race in 2020. It's not Congress in 2018 and in 2022, but in the states. We've lost governor's races. You've lost state houses. I mean, Pennsylvania has a Democratic governor, a Democratic U.S. senator, and a Democratic House now. This has all happened as a result of Trump. So that's what Democrats are looking for. From a Democrat perspective, if Trump's the nominee, that's the race we're looking for.
Jeffrey, wanted to ask you, what do you expect to hear from Donald Trump tonight? How sharp do you expect the attacks to be on Nikki Haley?
Well, I think he'll claim victory, and he might even hold out an olive branch here. You know, one of the things about presidential politics when you lose, I mean, people are going to lose, but it's not just about the fact that you lose, it's how you lose. And if you are gracious like Governor DeSantis was, people sort of take note of this, and down the road you can have a future in presidential politics. If, in fact, you're, to borrow a phrase from past history, a bitter clinger, that just doesn't go over well with people. And it sort of stereotypes you, and it can harm you. So I don't think she did herself any good tonight. And the longer she drags this out, I mean, it's quite clear, and one of the things I've said is that the Trump opposition, these were candidates. Donald Trump isn't a candidate, he's a movement. And you've got all of these millions of people around the country who are so thoroughly committed to him. And this is going to carry. This is what's carrying him to victory for this nomination, and I think will in November.
And to go back, Bill, you said this is what Democrats want. Ken Cuccinelli just says he doesn't think Biden will debate him. Do you want to make that prediction? Should Biden debate him? Will he debate Donald Trump if he is the eventual nominee?
He'll need to, and he should. And I don't agree with Ken. With all due respect, I think Biden's going to debate, and we'll be interested to see if former President Trump decides to.
Okay. All right, Bill, we appreciate it, as well as Jeffrey. We're going to end it a little quickly because we think the former president's about to come out. Thank you, gentlemen. Let's
Thank you both.
Straight to our senior correspondent, John Huddy. He's on top of when the former president will speak and whether or not George Santos, what he's doing out there. So, John, what do you got, my friend?
The former president is coming out right now. I said we must be getting close because they were playing YMCA by the Village People. But he literally is taking the stage right now, you guys, to the roar of the crowd. So I'm going to step out of the way right now, and I'll let you all listen to it.
All right, there he is, the winner of the New Hampshire Republican primary, Donald J. Trump. He has now won the first two contests, and you can see
he's actually. I don't know if you can still hear me, guys, but he's joined by Vivek Ramaswamy and
Tim Scott.
Senator Tim Scott, both of whom, as we know, have endorsed former President Trump, and we're also, by the way, on the ballot. A total of 24 people actually were on the ballot in this primary, 4 of whom, Ramaswamy, Scott, DeSantis, all those of whom endorsed the former president, and Doug Burgum, by the way, governor of North Dakota. So we're seeing Jason Miller.
Okay. John Huddy, we appreciate your reporting. Okay, we're going to dip in. We're hearing God bless the USA, and the former president is leading. He looks very happy, as one would expect. He's now won the first 2 contests. He's a little bit of a dance right there. Let's listen in so we can hear the natural sound.
today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Whoa. Well, I want to thank everybody. This is a fantastic state. This is a great, great state. You know, we won New Hampshire 3 times now. Three. We win it every time. We win the primary, we win the generals, we've won it, and it's a very, very special place to me. It's very important. If you remember, in 2016, we came here and we needed that win, and we won by 21 points, and it was great. And today, I have to tell you, it was very interesting because I said, wow, what a great victory. But then somebody ran up to the stage all dressed up nicely when it was at 7, but now I just walked up and it's at 14. But she ran up when it was 7, and you know, we have to do what's good for our party. And she was up and I said, wow, she's doing like a speech like she won. She didn't win, she lost. And you know, last week we had a little bit of a problem, and if you remember, Ron was very upset because she ran up and she pretended she won Iowa. And I looked around, I said, didn't she come in 3rd? Yeah, she came in 3rd. And then I looked at the polls. She was talking about most winnability, who's going to win, and I had one put up. I don't know if you see it, but I have one put up. We've won almost every single poll in the last 3 months against crooked Joe Biden, almost every poll. And she doesn't win those polls. And she doesn't win those. This is not your typical victory speech, but let's not have somebody take a victory when she had a very bad night. She had a very bad night. And you have the now very unpopular governor of this state. This guy, he's got to be on something. I've never seen anybody with energy. He's like hopscotch. And you know, I'm watching this guy, and 2 weeks ago, he said, we're going to win in the landslide, we're going to win. About 3 days ago, he started saying, well, we want to do well. That's a big difference. But I walked out just now, we're 14 points up, and I don't know what it's going to be. But when she was up here, it was like 6 or 7. And, you know, with like 7% of the vote counted. Now, let me just tell you, we had an unbelievable week last week in Iowa. We set a record. It was the best in the history of the caucus, in the history. And I remember I sort of had the same feeling. I'm up and I'm watching, and I said, she's taking a victory lap. And we beat her so badly. But Ron beat her also. You know, Ron came in 2nd and he left. She came in 3rd and she's still hanging around. The other thing, she only got 25% of the Republican votes. I don't know if you saw that. Tremendous numbers of independents came out because in this state, because you have a governor that doesn't frankly know what the hell he's doing in this state, in the Republican primary, they accept Democrats to vote. In fact, I think they had 4,000 Democrats before October 6th. They already voted. Now, they're only voting because they want to make me look as bad as possible. Because if you remember, we won in 2016. And if you really remember, and if you want to play it straight, we also won in 2020. By more. And we did much better in 2020 than we did in 2016. But as they said, we lost by a whisker, just by a whisker. No. But we can't let that happen. You know, you have to have people that speak up. I said, I can go up and I can say to everybody, oh, thank you for the victory. It's wonderful. Or I can go up and say, who the hell was the imposter that went up on the stage before and like claimed a victory? She did very poorly, actually. She had to win. The governor said, she's going to win, she's going to win, she's going to win. Then she failed badly. Now I have here, if he promises to do it in a minute or less, But the only person more angry than, let's say me, but I don't get too angry, I get even. The only person, because he was there, and he did fantastically well, by the way, and then he endorsed me. And we don't have to talk about Tim Scott, who, by the way, just got engaged, we have to tell you. And that's more important than all of this stuff. But a man that got to know her very well is Vivek. I said, Vivek. I said, Vivek, go up and say a few words about it. He has to do it in 1 minute or less, and then we're going to just say, we had one hell of a night tonight. And one other thing, before Vivek comes, do you see that poll? We're going to put it up. We have beaten Biden. You could almost say, who can't? Who the hell can't? The man can't put two sentences together. He can't find the stairs off a stage. Who can't? But Vivek, 1 minute or less. Go do it, Vivek.
What we saw tonight is America first defeating America last. That's what we saw tonight. If you want America last, you can go to Joe Biden. You got another candidate still apparently in the Republican primary. Cut your Social Security to fork over more money to Ukraine so some kleptocrat can buy a bigger house. Go to Nikki Haley. But you know who delivered a double-digit victory tonight? It is a double-digit victory as of right now, is this man, Donald J. Trump, the leader of America First. And that means something. Now, USA and Donald Trump, America First. Now, I got 30 seconds left. I want to make this point here, okay? We got to say this right. What we see right now with her continuing in this race is the ugly underbelly of American politics, where the mega donors are trying to do one thing when we, the people, say another. And it's up to us, we, the people, to at long last say, hell no. We, the people, create a government that is accountable to us. And we, the people, have said tonight, we want, again, as we did in Iowa, Donald J. Trump. And so you want to actually speak truth. That's the truth tonight. And the only thing they're rooting for is an ugly thing that we don't want to see happen. That's what these people are rooting for, is playing to say long enough so the Reid Hoffmans and the ugly Democratic George Soros Jr.'s who are funding the lawsuits against Trump can prop up their puppet. We say no to that vision. I say the general election begins tonight, and this man will win it in a landslide. God bless you, Donald J. Trump. Vote Trump, USA.
Very nice. Wasn't that nice? So this was a great evening, and I want to thank everybody in the audience, and I want to thank the people that are standing behind me. You know, I think we called it right. Immigration's a big deal, a very big deal. We have millions and millions of people flowing into our country illegally. We have no idea who the hell they are. They come from prisons, and they come from mental institutions, and it's just killing our country. And I'm talking about millions and millions and millions. They are drug dealers, they're everybody. And they come in just like walking right through. There's nobody to check, and there's nobody to vet. And we have a man with us tonight, Tom Homan, who is central casting. He's central casting. And I'd like you to say a few words about the border and who's going to solve that problem and how quick are we going to do it, Tom? Go ahead, please.
Look, I worked for 6 presidents down around Reagan, and every president I ever worked for did something to secure the border. But no one did more than President Trump, the most secure border in my lifetime. The most secure border we've ever seen. And Donald Trump's going to do it again. We're going to lock the border down, and we're going to protect Americans. Because what's happening at the border right now, a record number of Americans have died from fentanyl poisoning. A record number of migrants have died. A record number of women and children have been sex trafficked. A record number of known suspected terrorists across the border. There's one man who's proven he can secure the border, and he's standing to my left, Donald J. Trump. He's going to do it again.
Thank you very much, John. So this is an evening that I will not forget because it's the third time. But more importantly, I think it's going to be the most important time. We won both. It was, I think they said, somebody said you rarely, if you win both, they've never had a loser. Let me put it that way. When you win Iowa and you win New Hampshire, they've never had a loss. There's never been. So we're not going to be the first, I can tell you. And I just do want to reiterate the polls. We're way up on everybody. We're way up on Biden. And over the last couple of months, if you check, and you have to remember, in 2016, they were saying, oh, what does he know about elections? He's not going to win. He can't win. He can't. Well, we won. And we got millions, and you can check this, and I hope the cameras don't turn off because they hate this, but we got millions and millions of more votes the second time. Right, Mr. Congressman? Millions and millions of more votes. And but we had COVID, and they used COVID to cheat, and they did a lot of other things, too. We're not going to let that happen, and that's still going along. We don't forget. You can never forget history, because if you forget, you never recover from it, and you repeat, and we're not going to repeat. We're going to have the greatest election success. We're going to turn our country around. If you take a look throughout the history of our country, if you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of this not great country right now, it's a country in decline, it's a troubled country, it's a failing country, frankly. But if you took the 10 worst presidents and put them together, the 10 worst, absolutely 10 worst, I used to say 5. Remember I started, I'd say 5. Then I said, wait a minute, we can add another 5. They would not have done the damage that crooked Joe Biden has done to our wonderful country. They would not have done the damage. There's never been anything like it. And you say, are they stupid people? I don't think so, because nobody can cheat that well if they're stupid. Do they hate our country? They must hate our country, because there's no other reason that they can be doing the things they do. Take a look. The taxes, they want to raise your taxes times 4. They want to let the Trump tax cuts, the biggest tax cuts in the history of our country, they want them to expire. Your taxes are going to go through the roof. You take a look at regulations. They're throwing regulations. You can't breathe. You can't even breathe with what they're doing. You take a look at our border. So bad. There's never been a border like this in the world. 4 years ago, we had the safest, best border in the United States. I built hundreds of miles of border wall. And they always say, oh, he didn't build hundreds of miles, because if there's a board laying on the ground, they say that's a renovation. They call it a renovation. If there's 2 nails laying from 50 years ago, they say, oh, that was a renovation. These are very dishonest people, and you're always fighting them. And just a little note to Nikki. She's not going to win. She's not going to win. But if she did, she would be under investigation by those people in 15 minutes. And I could tell you 5 reasons why already. Not big reasons. A little stuff that she doesn't want to talk about, but she will be under investigation within minutes. And so would Ron have been, but he decided to get out. He decided to get out. Now, Vivek, I don't think would be at all, because he's perfect, right? And Tim Scott, I know would never. That's no chance. Hey, Tim, do you want to say something? Come on, come on. I want him to say something.
Look. New Hampshire, the president said a double-digit win in New Hampshire, and you delivered a double-digit win for President Trump. But I'm going to invite you to my home state starting tomorrow, where this election is over. It is time for the Republican Party to coalesce around our nominee and the next president of the United States, Donald Trump. Let's get that party started tonight.
What a good guy. What a good man he is. But just remember, I did hear Nikki say, and now it's off to South Carolina. Well, I love South Carolina. I love it. But, you know, she forgot one thing. She forgot one thing. Next week, it's Nevada. Next week it's Nevada. It's not South Carolina. We love South Carolina, but next week it's Nevada. And I'm pleased to announce we just won Nevada. We just won 100%. Because all of them, they looked at it and they took polls, and I was polling at 95% to 4 or 5%, and they decided not to play in Nevada. So we just won Nevada. We have a man from Nevada here, Steve Wynn, wherever he may be, and John Paulson, the great John Paulson, made plenty of money in Nevada. Doesn't live there, but he makes a hell of a lot of money. He makes money everywhere he goes, actually. So money machine. Maybe we'll put you, you know what? Put him at Treasury. You want to make a little money? Let's put you. Anyways, good to have you guys. But we go to Nevada, and that's been won, so we pick up all of those delegates. And then we do go to South Carolina, where we've done really well, where I've done well. We have a great governor and lieutenant governor and great everything, because almost every one of them have endorsed me. 2 great senators, which is hard. I mean, did you ever think that she actually appointed you, Tim? And think of it, appointed, and you're the senator of his state, and she endorsed me. You must really hate her. No, it's a shame. It's a shame. Uh-oh.
I just love you.
No, that's why he's a great politician. That's why he's a great politician. So this is a great evening, and it is, you know, we are going to Nevada for a little while. We're not going to have to do too much. We have a great team there, but it's a team that we can now send someplace else. They did a fantastic job, but and it's a fantastic place, really a fantastic place. But we'll be leaving there very quickly. We'll head out to South Carolina, where I think we're going to win easily. I think we're 50 points up, 5-0. 5-0, 50 points up on a person that was governor. That tells you something. But I felt I should do this because I find in life you can't let people get away with bullshit, okay? You can't. You just can't do that. And when I watched her in the fancy dress that probably wasn't so fancy come up, I said, what's she doing? We won. And she did the same thing last week, but he was much more angry about it than I was. I said, get up there and you let him know. We are going to win this. We have no choice. If we don't win, I think our country is finished. I do. I believe our country is finished. We have an opportunity to do something so amazing. And the good news, and the reason we have such support, the best numbers I've ever had, the reason we have support is because they are so bad at what they're doing and so evil, and they're destroying our country. So I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank this group of people. We will never forget you. We will never forget. And I made a pledge. I made a pledge to your state that you have the highest energy costs in the country. In the first year, they're going to be reduced by 50% because we are going to drill, baby, drill. Drill, baby, drill. Inflation's going to come way down. But in the first year, your energy costs are going down by 50%. Thank you very much. We love you. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon. We'll see you on the trail. And thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. We will see you on the trail. Thanks.
Hold on, I'm coming. They played it at the Trump rallies as if it's a matter of time before he's back in power, and he took one step closer tonight.
Yep.
Guys, John Bachman, Bianca de la Garza here with Ed Henry. We've been steering the ship all night long. We're going to stay a bit longer as the results continue to come in. Former President Trump projected the winner, first by Newsmax tonight, by the way. He's still got an 8-point lead or so with 44% of the vote in. The projections show he's clearly going to win. The question will be by how much. Interesting, Bianca, because He was certainly happy by the win. A win is a win is a win. We've had 2 contests, and he's won both of them. But he also made clear that he wasn't happy and said, I don't get angry, I get even, because he's not happy that Nikki Haley won't get out. So I'll let you react, but 1 minute or less, okay? I'm going to...
Vivek's
I'm going to get 2 because we timed Vivek. It was seconds. 2. Well, that'll be the soundbite that the big media picks up on, that he gets even, of course. But he had a lot to say tonight, and he took some shots, obviously, at Nikki Haley. But some will say rightfully so, because she didn't win. She said she was going to win. He took some shots at Sununu as well, who was campaigning hard for her. And so he called her an imposter. He said the governor doesn't know what he's doing. So in a way, you know, in his unique style here, he just made it evident, which I think a lot of his supporters are saying, is that she keeps coming in saying she's staying in the race, but at some point she is going to have to win. I thought, again, having the cavalry behind him is also another thing that he wants to point out. It's all about unity from here on out for Donald Trump.
Well, and John, the imposter line is in part because 2 races that she's lost and he's won, and both times she shifts the narrative. The first one, she came in 3rd and said it's a 2-person race. I came in 2nd, and that was actually Ron DeSantis. This time, the former president's point is she basically tried to come out and say, I won, when she didn't. Maybe she beat expectations for herself and her campaign, but your thoughts?
Yeah, no, that's what she's going to do, and that's what she has to do, as we were saying before. This is it for Nikki Haley. This is all she's got right now is this campaign. She's got the money, obviously, and she is projecting ahead towards South Carolina. One of the things that we heard Donald Trump remind her is that South Carolina is not next. There is the Nevada primary, which comes up next on the campaign. She's not really participating in that. And the question becomes, where can she get a victory? You know, there wasn't a victory tonight. Doesn't look like she's going to get one in South Carolina. Super Tuesday looks like a very difficult row to hoe for her as well. So we'll see where it goes from
All right, let's jump in with our panel. CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp has been standing by, and Trump advisor in South Carolina, the Palmetto State, Justin Evans. He's got a little crowd with him as well. Let's start with you, Matt. Big picture. Former president not happy that Nikki Haley is not getting out. And you know this president as well as anyone. He's blunt and direct. Other people would have said, Mr. President, you know, let's keep that behind closed doors. He's saying it right out front. He's not happy, and he doesn't appreciate that she keeps trying to spin a win when he's 2-0.
I guess he's also just having fun with the situation. Look, I think it's a very good win. A win's a win in these primaries. Everyone talks about, oh, it should be this much, that much. Doesn't matter. A win's a win. A double-digit win is a smashing success in New Hampshire. This is 2 in a row. As you guys know, no incumbent Republican has won Iowa and New Hampshire before, so he makes history. And you know, he is an unusual candidate because he's kind of an incumbent. And I look at these polls coming up. She's going to get smoked in her home state. She's living in a delusional state as he gets 100% of the delegates in Nevada here in a few days. And then he's up double digits in South Carolina. And Super Tuesday, she's not up in any state. And I was watching a little MSNBC, don't be mad at me, Ed. And they were talking about it. She can just get a few delegates here or a few delegates there. She might be able to eke it out. Here's the thing. If you never win a state, you don't win. It's a delusional waste of money.
The John Kasich plan. You know, just hang on as long as you can, desperate to stay relevant. Let's just mention real quickly, Newsmax was the first network to call the New Hampshire primary for Donald Trump. So that was a little feather in our cap tonight. Justin, you're down in South Carolina. I know you've been working on securing more endorsements for President Trump and also paying a close attention to what Nikki Haley plans to do in South Carolina in terms of ad buys. What can you tell us?
Yeah, John, we've got an incredible team that we've amassed down here in South Carolina. We have every statewide elected official, with the exception of one. We have all of the federal delegation, with the exception of one. And we have over 150 local and state elected leaders that are on board with Trump at this point. And you know, one other point that I would mention, it's good to know that she's coming to South Carolina because this team behind me is ready to fight. We're ready to fight. We're organizing all 46 counties, and we welcome her coming back home. We got a nice welcoming present for her coming starting tomorrow.
All right. We'll look forward to seeing that president. I bet it's not one she wants. Justin Evans, senior advisor to the president. Matt Schlapp, chairman at CPAC, will be hosting a lot of these big leaders in a couple of weeks in the Washington, D.C. area. Thank you both. Let's bring in our friend Rick Grinnell, our senior national security analyst at Newsmax, someone who obviously worked for the former president. Rick, as Matt Schlapp just said, a win is a win is a win. We're going to keep counting. But we've had 2 contests, and Donald Trump has won both decisively. Your thoughts?
Yeah, look, I think it's pretty clear that President Trump not only won Iowa decisively, but now tonight in New Hampshire, despite Democrats trying to spoil it. And I think there's one message that we have for Nikki Haley is don't be used by the Democrats. It's clear that she's getting Democratic money. It's clear she's getting Democratic votes. They're trying to mess with the election. And Nikki Haley should just say, this is unacceptable. I'm not going to allow this to happen. But the reality is that we have to be able to move forward united, and the only way to do that is to get behind Donald Trump. He's winning big, and we all know that he's going to be the nominee, and we should make sure that we don't have any spoilers like this.
Yeah, and obviously many people do believe the fate of our nation rests on the outcome of this election, Ambassador Grinnell. There's reports that over at MSNBC, again, they're cutting off Donald Trump's victory speech yet again. Why they're so afraid of him? I mean, this is the media here trying to quell someone who's the GOP frontrunner. It looks like he's coming, whether they like it or not. At some point, Americans are going to have to hear what he has to say.
Look, Bianca, I know you know this, Ed knows this. I've worked at the State Department for 12 years, and the State Department has been pretty aggressive about looking at countries that try to manipulate elections, that try to jail the opposition, that try to kick the opposition off the ballot, and we issue reports, and we condemn this dictatorial behavior. And what's happening in the United States right now is exactly what's happening in other countries. The tactics that we see going on in the United States are the exact tactics that the State Department usually calls out. So I think that we're in this territory of watching a regime that controls the media, that controls the Capitol, completely manipulating the Department of Justice and trying to kick their political opponents off the ballot. I mean, the word has gone out that they want to get Donald Trump. Think about this, 91 charges against the guy, and they waited 2.5 years in order to go after him until after he decided to run. So this is all political. People see it, and we have to be able to call this type of stuff out. It's being manipulated in Washington, D.C. Everybody knows this. Let's call it out.
A free and fair press is what we need in America. And Reid Hoffman funding the E. Jean Carroll case, also giving huge money to Nikki Haley. People need to see this, too, as well.
Yeah, the criticism, I think, of Nikki Haley moving forward, one of the biggest ones is going to be, Ambassador Grinnell, is that every dollar spent on Nikki Haley is a dollar that could have been spent on defeating Joe Biden, defining the message against Joe Biden, and also working on some of these get-out-the-vote and ballot harvesting efforts that are going to be so critical to secure a Republican win in November. Look, I think that she knows that. I think Nikki Haley knows that. I think she knows she's not going to win. But this is right now about Nikki Haley. She wants to stay in as long as she can because she does not have a future in politics. She has a future in the media and in the swamp of Washington, D.C., trying to figure out how to use her. She's going to run some NGO. She's going to get some big, fat media contract. But it's clear, everyone knows, including Nikki Haley, she doesn't have a shot at becoming the nominee. Republicans, when they get together, overwhelmingly vote for Donald Trump. They're not voting for Nikki Haley. The only reason Nikki Haley is surviving right now is simply because she's got Democratic money and Democratic votes. And to me, that's unfair. If the Republicans tried to go into the Democratic primary and do something, you know that the media would be screaming
about undermining democracy or some crazy concept. So the reality is that it's the double standard of Washington. We know that, and the regime media is just loving the fact that that Joe Biden is going to be the nominee, and they're going to try to put him in office.
Ambassador Grinnell, earlier in our coverage, we reported that the South Korea Joint Chiefs of Staff was announcing that a North Korean cruise missile had been launched toward the Yellow Sea in the middle of the vote counting tonight. And as you know better than anyone, timing is often not an accident in cases like this. They know what America is paying attention to and what America should be watching right now, which is that America looks weak on the world stage, and whether it's China, North Korea, Iran, they're taking advantage of that. What's your reaction? It's only an initial report, and we have to get more information on it. But North Korea knows that we're weak on the world stage right now, sir.
Yeah, one of the most proud moments that I had working in the Trump administration is watching President Trump go from isolating a country to engagement to sanctions. He literally knew how to quickly adjust the policy. Once Chancellor Merkel said when I was in Germany that she was confused because Donald Trump was so inconsistent that she couldn't figure him out. And I remember smiling, thinking, that's what we want in a president. We want somebody who's able to utilize every single tool that the United States government has. When it comes to North Korea, Donald Trump engaged with Kim Jong-un. He engaged him and watched it very closely to make sure that engagement actually worked. And it did work. We saw them not pursue nuclear weapons as hard as they are now. They certainly weren't testing at the same levels. We had successfully engaged with North Korea. Now, also, I think it's really important to point out that when it came to Iran, Donald Trump recognized that you couldn't engage with Iran, that Iran had demonstrated too many times that they were not trustworthy. And so what did we do with Iran is we isolated them and we used worldwide sanctions. And that was really working. And so you've got to give it to President Trump, the ability to quickly shift according to who the enemy is. He's able to do that, and it was such a proud moment for me working in the Trump administration.
And those Houthi rebels redesignated now, right after Donald Trump was out of office, they took the designation off for the Houthi rebels, who are now the biggest aggressors in the Red Sea, causing global chaos with supply chains.
But they got that 30-day heads up, though, before they go back on the list.
Yeah, before they go back on the list. We got a minute, Ambassador Grinnell. It's clear that Nikki Haley is not taking the suggestion you mentioned earlier, is not taking the suggestion Carrie Lake and other party leaders have said tonight. How do you see this playing out in the days ahead, then, if she's going to refuse to step aside?
Well, look, let's say it loud and clear that the people of South Carolina know Nikki Haley the best. The people of South Carolina know exactly who she is. The people of South Carolina know Nikki Haley intimately. Let's see what happens in the South Carolina primary.
All right, Ambassador Rick Grinnell, appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you on N2. Some wise words, as always, from the Ambassador.
Yes.
She's not taking the hint.
Ambassador.
It's not even a hint anymore. The Trump folks are, let's go. Let's go.
We got to look for what happens with some of these donors, guys like Ken Langone, who are, kind of disappointed in Nikki Haley's performance thus far. The money's going to start flowing towards Donald Trump. She may have some in the tank to carry her through, but will the money be enough to really legitimize her campaign? Maybe in the world of Washington, in the world that Nikki Haley is living in right now, a lot of people speaking in her ear that there is a path forward to her, but it doesn't seem like there is a path forward. And as we've been talking, can't say it enough, she's looking at 2 more defeats in Nevada next, then in her home state of South Carolina after that. Super Tuesday includes states like Georgia and Florida, where she's not going to do very well. We've seen Donald Trump even over Joe Biden in a recent poll in Georgia now. Donald Trump beating Joe Biden in 5 of these 6 key swing states in a lot of the polling right now. So the win is actually in his sails, not Nikki Haley's.
And if you look at our numbers up there, Bianca, the fact that it is in double digits, as Tim Scott kept saying, and we'll see where it ends, it's just over 50% of the vote counted. That might be an impact on a Ken Langone or other donors out there if at some point there's a breakout. that some counties come in with big numbers for Donald Trump. Maybe some of the early vote where it's within 10 or 11. We're in some independent areas where the independents turned out. We shall see. If it tightens a little bit, it makes her case that she's going to stick around. But if this widens to 15 points or something, we still got more counting to go. It's going to put more pressure on her.
It's going to put a lot of pressure on her. I think either way, the pressure's on Nikki Haley because she effectively kept saying that she was going to win, and now tonight she's trying to work around the fact she has not won. And again, Newsmax the first to call the New Hampshire primary for Donald Trump this evening. And I think also when you look around and say, all right, so Ron DeSantis got out, so now we look at the donors, will they continue to stand by her? Some of it's just because she's not Trump. Right? So she's the only person, if you don't want Trump, that they're going to give the money to. And I think even with her endorsement from the Koch brothers, it came in so late sort of at the stage. It wasn't like, well, we want her. It's almost like, well, she's getting more buzz. Jamie Dimon's talking about her. She looks like more of they want to have a horse in the race, so they went to her. But Nikki Haley, clearly, to lose your home state in South Carolina, I guess she's prepared to have that embarrassment, what they've called it, embarrassment. But I guess, it's her decision.
She's behind
Donald Trump says, even earlier today, he said she doesn't have to get out.
I think the optics are going to be important, too. When she has her next rally, whatever event it is in South Carolina that is her home state, Ed, you've probably been to a Donald Trump rally or two in the state of South Carolina, a massive event. What we were hearing even in New Hampshire, Nikki Haley may have had a lot of events, but the energy really wasn't there. The crowd really wasn't there. I think she had one event with about 1,000 people at it, but that was by far the largest event that she had. And then the optics start to come into play. She's got to look like a winner.
It's a spillover at a Trump event.
Right.
Or that's a small part of the spillover. His main event will have 10,000, 20,000.
People waiting out in the snow in New Hampshire with no chance really of getting in, just to be in the presence of it. Nikki Haley can't replicate that.
Real quick, on the Democrat side, there's about 53% of the vote in, according to the Associated Press. And Joe Biden is at 12%. Now, they projected he's going to win. Dean Phillips is at 21%. The reason why there's a disparity, 58% of the write-ins have not been processed. Joe Biden, a write-in candidate, so they anticipate all or most of them, not all, most of them will be Joe Biden. But I still think Dean Phillips getting 21%.
It's a good showing. It's a good showing.
Not great for the White House.
He's used his own money, a lot of his own money. Fine, okay. Not great for the White House, and not great that they also spent $1.5 million as a super PAC to do a write-in for him. So they were a little bit worried as well, some of the Biden supporters. And I think it will be further speculation about Joe Biden's strength going into the general here. And we heard some say he won't even debate Donald Trump. I think there's going to be an uproar about that.
No doubt about it. Don't forget your coverage all day long tomorrow as we get the final vote tallies. We do some analysis. John will be on N2 from 12 noon Eastern to 2 p.m. Eastern. Bianca, after being on cable, will be 4 p.m. Eastern. And we will be 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. on the briefing at night.
I wouldn't miss it.
Thanks for watching our special coverage here on N2. Remember, Newsmax is your place for election coverage. You heard it here first. Donald Trump winning the first in the nation New Hampshire primary, called by Newsmax. First, that projection standing. There's been 2 contests. He's won them both. Thanks for watching us. We look forward to the next time, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.